Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here at our second annual Mental Health on the Frontlines conference. First, I wanted to tell you that I have always dreamed of hosting the Oscars, so please indulge me a little bit today. And so if you see me doing gown changes and embodying my inner Trevor Noah, or Ricky Gervais or Jimmy Kimmel, just go with it, okay? And so I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the fact that this conference is near and dear to my heart. I am Dr. Nicole Navega. I've been researching first responder trauma, and I am a practitioner, a therapist. I'm embedded full-time in Lee County, inside of Lee County EMS, and part-time embedded inside of Fort Myers Fire and Fort Myers Police Departments. So I have the honor and privilege of serving our first responders day in and day out, and they serve and sacrifice more than we could ever possibly know. And this day is to celebrate them, to honor them, to build some resiliency skills, to engage our administrators of these agencies, and to engage our mental health community so that we can serve our first responders the best possible way that we can. We have a great lineup today for everyone, and I wanted to tell you a few things that I've learned about first responders along the way, which is that there are two things that first responders hate the most. And number one is they hate change. And number two is they hate the way things are. And so, speaking of change, this conference is really put together so that we can talk about the changes that we've made. We've come a long way in terms of talking about mental health and the stigma of mental health and eliminating the stigma of mental health. And so as we talk about this stuff today, I want you to think about this idea of eliminating this stigma for all of our first responders so that folks can come forward, say that they're not okay when they're not okay, and feel comfortable and normalize this conversation. And so I have to also thank our sponsors, because putting an event together this large, this important, takes a ton of money, number one, and two, a lot of resources to put all of the little nuances and details together. So please, hold your applause to the end, but I want to thank our title sponsor, which is UCF Restores, Samaritan Health and Wellness, Calusa Recovery, Park Royal Hospital, Shatterproof FHE Health, David Lawrence Center, White Sands Treatment Center, Meditative Movements, Meadows Behavioral Health Care, Hazelden Betty Ford, Retreat Behavioral Health, WellMed, Southwest Florida Healthcare Coalition Health Planning Council, IAFF Center of Excellence Advanced Recovery Systems, and Aware Recovery Care. Thank you all very much for your amazing support and contributions. Please give them a round of applause. But I want to circle back for a very, very special sponsor, our title sponsor. And when you have the OG traumatologist in Florida in the house, I want to take a moment to honor and show some respect and gratitude for the trustee chair and Pegasus professor of psychology and medical education at the University of Central Florida. She's also the executive director of UCF Restores, which is a research and clinical program for military and first responders who have PTSD. And one of the things that you don't know about the lovely Dr. Deb Vidal, who is doing one of our breakout sessions today, I hope you can get to join her. One of the things you don't know that she did for this community behind the scenes is she was up at a command post during Hurricane Ian. She had done this previously at Surfside, and she was there with a team of folks who were at a command post in Orlando, and I talked to her nearly every single day through the storm. And if you guys were out there and you had peer support teams come out with canines, and you had therapists, and you had chaplains come out and see you, that is all due to the work that Dr. Vidal and her team up in Orlando were doing for us behind the scenes. And not only that, but I talked to them in the middle of the storm before we resumed emergency services, and her team got on with me and brainstormed about what we could do in the moment, because as you all know, our dispatchers around the county were extremely distressed, because normally dispatchers can tell folks that we have somebody on the way, and we couldn't do that. Our dispatchers couldn't do that. And so Dr. Beidel and her team put together a makeshift sort of hotline so that we could have our dispatchers step away from the phones and go and call and have an emergency consultation with one of her clinicians who are trained in trauma. And so please come up here, Dr. Beidel. I want to give you a very, very special thank you. On behalf of our community for doing so much for us behind the scenes. And along with our sponsors, as I said, there's so many details that have to go on to put on an event like this. And so I want to take a minute to thank the rest of the team who helped make today possible. And it's Monica Freeman of Lee County Port Authority, Brian Massey of the Health Planning Council, Aaron Broussard, Hope Clubhouse, Tara Howe, Lee Health, Hannah Nieves, White Sands, Beth Dowd, Lee Health, Megan Palumbo, Park Royal Hospital, Matthew Graves, Lee Health, Samantha Selbach, Lee Health, and many other wonderful members of the Lee Health Behavioral Health Coalition. Let's give a big round of applause for everybody who made this possible. And next up, we have one of my favorite people in the community is our local chief, Tracy McMillian, otherwise known for those of you who've been around here for a while, T-Mac. I think I moved your slide, sir. Chief Tracy McMillian graduated from Mid-Florida Tech Fire Academy in Central Florida in 1994 and served briefly as a volunteer for Eatonville Fire Rescue in Eatonville, Florida. In 1996, Tracy was hired by the City of Fort Myers Fire Department, where he proudly served as a firefighter paramedic until 2003, when he joined a neighboring fire district, Iona-McGregor Fire. Tracy's advancement was propelled forward when he was promoted to training captain in 2014, then battalion chief of training in 2015, and then division chief of training in 2016. Tracy faithfully served in each of these positions. In March of 2019, Tracy rejoined the City of Fort Myers Fire Department as Deputy Fire Chief. Later that year, in November, he was appointed to Interim Fire Chief and December Fire Chief. Chief McMillian has earned an associate's degree in fire service technology, an associate's degree in emergency medical technology, a bachelor's of science in management, and a master's administration. Chief McMillian's philosophy is simple: live and lead as an example. Treat everyone with respect and make every encounter meaningful. Tracy is a dedicated husband, proud father, and an engaged grandfather. Please welcome Chief Tracy McMillian.
Thank you. She put all that out there, didn't she? So first, let's say good morning, everybody. Good morning. Everybody good? Yeah. We're going to change some energy here. So first thing I want you guys to do, if you guys would, please just stand up out your seats. Just stand up out your seats. We're just going to do a couple of exercises, if that's okay. First exercise is this. I want you all to actually clap for somebody else in the room, whether they be a frontline worker, sponsor, so just make some eye contact. Make some eye contact with somebody. Let them know you're clapping for them. All right. More importantly, the next little exercise is I want you to clap for yourself. Clap for yourself. These are two critical things that we as you guys can take your seats. We as frontline workers always have to remember. We have to remember to show love to others, as well as to not forget about ourselves. And that's one of the things that we're going to do here today. So I am actually going to take a page out of the book of one of our city councilman members who actually says always be good, be brief, and be gone. So I'm not going to talk to you very long. I'll say what I have to say. I'm going to go take my seat. I am so happy to be here. I'm so honored that Nicole thought about me to be able to do this. I'm not really sure why, but okay, cool. I'll do my best I can. One of the things we do want to actually kind of just be honest with you, if I can actually be real with you, if I can be authentic with you for a second. I'm a little hangry. I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm a little hangry. I'm in the fire service, I'm like, ugh, But the main reason why I'm hangry is actually because I started doing some intermittent fasting. I'm trying to actually lose a little weight, trying to get rid of this dad bod. I got like 11 more months in my 40s, so I'm trying to enter into my 50s. I'm trying to be fine in my 50s, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to enter into my 50s fine. And so I started doing dieting and intermittent fasting and things like that. So I'm a little hangry, so I'll do my best to keep you guys without having a Hulk moment and breaking out in anger. Has anybody else ever tried diets before? Raise your hands. Let me see everybody who tried diets. All right, cool. Be proud with it. It's okay. How about keto? Anybody ever tried keto diet? Where my keto people at? Only like 3. All right. Have any paleo people? Any paleo people? Mediterranean? What kind of diets y'all doing? Breakfast diets? What y'all doing? It's like the 3 most popular. Oh, seafood diet. Okay, you see it, you eat it. Okay, I got you. Seafood diet. Those are great diets. And you may be wondering, why am I talking about diets at a mental wellness or a mental health conference? I'm talking about diets because it's so easy in our society today to talk about eating challenges. It's so easy to talk about weight challenges. I was able to get up here and talk to you about my dad body. Y'all was all good. Y'all laughed at me too, right? We're able to actually have those conversations and be authentic with each other about the things that we're going through when it comes to our physical health and how we're trying to actually slim down or whatever we might be trying to do to actually keep our muscle mass or whatever. We're okay with that. And we can openly, on this big stage in this room, actually just talk about it without any kind of stigma. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. And so what we want to do today in this space, which is so special, is have good dialogue, good conversation, to be able to speak with one another about how we can talk about mental wellness with realness and authenticity and even vulnerability. Does that make sense? And that's why this conference is so special, because this is a space in which we all, frontline workers, sponsors, practitioners, clinicians, and everyone else can come together in one spot and have good dialogue in which leaders and administrators can hear what's really going on. It's great to have strategic plans and run data and know what the mission and vision statements are. Those are great, but we have to know what's happening in the streets, what's happening in the hallways. More importantly, what's happening with our people, what's happening with you. And this is why we're here today in this space. And this particular space was a catalyst for us in the city of Fort Myers to actually be able to bring on Dr. Nicole, to be able to talk to our people, to be able to actually get them through some of the situations that they've been going through. And it's so great to have her a part of the family, to be able to work us through. But if it wasn't for this conference last year, the very first time they did this, we wouldn't have that. Goodness knows how many more people that we look at with human resources, our risk manager who's in here who fought for that. Thank you, Kayla, for fighting for that for us. How many more people will we have to actually medically terminate because of what they experienced on the job? Because we as leaders and administrators and executives did not have processes, did not have a pathway, did not have spaces like this in which we could ensure we take care of our people. Our people are so important. So as we're here today, I ask you guys, if you guys would, be authentic, be vulnerable, be open, and don't judge my dad bod. Thank you guys.
I forgot to tell you that my gown, or my polo, is brought to you, provided by Renee Hinkle of Lee County EMS, if you know her, and all jokes provided by Estero Battalion Chief Urban Search and Rescue Task Force Commander Shane Seibert. So don't blame me for the silliness of the jokes, they're all Shane's. But I'm going to take a moment to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. James Heisman, Chief Compassion Officer, WellMed Management Group. Dr. Heisman's mental health career began in the 1980s. He created an outreach and clinical program known as TV Aftercare, an innovation designed to support and assist TV talk show guests who opened themselves up on air to help other victims of abuse, substance dependency, and toxic relationships. Dr. Heisman appeared on more than 100 TV talk shows, coordinating pro bono clinical services for more than 800 guests over 15 years. In the 1990s, Dr. Heisman collaborated with Lisa Gibbons to create the Lisa Gibbons Memory Foundation and was appointed executive director. He established and oversaw programming providing respite and clinical services for caregivers in 10 U.S. cities. He co-authored Take Your Oxygen First, Protecting Your Health and Happiness While Caring for a Loved One with Memory Loss. In the early 2000s, Dr. Heisman began his career at WellMed, focusing on the emotional health of employees. Committed to a trauma-informed model of care, he created the Emotional Support Response Team. He is an advisor to the Polyvagal Institute, dedicated to raising awareness, building community, facilitating research, and offering education on understanding the mind-body system. Please welcome Dr. Heisman.
So it's amazing how you got here, by the way, because I think I went over the bridge with my GPS and just started going out west. I thought eventually I'd get to California and then to make a U-turn, but I am.
Great. Can everybody hear me? Since I was diagnosed as a young kid with ADD, I have to walk. You know what that means? You have to go back and forth. You have to envision. Anyway, it's a deep pleasure, a deep honor for me to be here. I know I have a 30 minutes or so, a short time, just to get you guys engaged, but there's no reason to get you guys engaged. You get the community engaged. You are the first responders. I was very blessed in many years. You can see I'm an older dude, but just to bring me home to you, I'm an AARP daddy. I'm a 68 with an 11-year-old. Oh, what are you laughing at? That's not the AARP plan, is it? No. She was my curveball from God. But I dropped her off on the way down in South Florida on my way over here. And I said to her, I said, sweetheart, I am fortunately kind of going back to my roots. I said to her, I am actually working with first responders again. So many years ago, I actually had a treatment center in Huntsville, Alabama, simply for police officers. It was a 60-bed treatment center called the Thin Blue Line. And they had moved me to Washington, D.C. because I'm an interventionist, which is you go into insane situations, supposedly you're supposed to stay calm, and then you're supposed to rearrange families into a more healthy, rehabilitative recovery role. Well, I did it with everybody, okay? They're in treatment centers in Alabama, 6 of them. And, but Washington had more cops per square mile than any place in the world, right? Capitol Hill Police, Secret Service. Yes. I'd be at Quantico all day. Only the CIA wouldn't allow me to put their people into treatment. But I told my child when I left, I said, this is the most wonderful full circle. I said, first responders. She said, what, Daddy's really the first responder? I said, there are people who run into burning homes when other people are running out. I said, they are absolutely the most quintessential example, the corrective emotional experience for all of us, for intention, for purpose, for everything that's good in this whole world. I said, but just like anybody else, sweetheart, just like any hero, like your father, who's a recovering hero, I'm codependent, of course, I got into recovery 20 years ago. I'm going to use my story because it's easier for me to fall on the clinical sword. I'm a psychologist and licensed social worker, but I'm also a trauma therapist. And I'm also in recovery for trauma myself. But it's the most wonderful path I ever could. I tell you what, most of the first responders here will understand this when I say this. that even though I taught this for 5 years at Florida National University and love psychopathology and been a therapist for 30-some years now, you really never know trauma until you go through it. You really don't. It's an exercise in just talking about, you know, what the page 57 on your book is. But when you start finally going through it, all various ways. And I wanted to really have this time with you, and I was very grateful to Lauren, Lee Health, the amazing group that you have here, that they would even ask me. I think I was a default. I think Governor DeSantis' wife, Casey, should have been here probably. But I work with Casey, I work with Governor DeSantis' office, and we believe that what you guys have gone through in this area is what many people have never had. So yes, I am the Chief Compassion Officer for WellMed Medical, which is part of United Health. I'm very fortunate and grateful for the title. I have no idea how they gave it to me, except I am a trauma therapist. But I believe every one of us should be Chief Compassion Officers. So in any case, we're a bridge over troubled waters. When COVID began, we had to see our patients and our staff as human beings instead of human doings. Because all of a sudden now it got very, very real. So I see WellMed in the back here. We have 3 clinics here, and I'm deeply grateful. I travel back and forth. We're based in San Antonio. But it's a labor of love. Because as mental health goes, as you heard, I'm only entrepreneurial because trying to get mental health out there because I was diagnosed with depression and ADD when I was 19. And my family genetically has it. And I found myself on TV back in 1992 on the Geraldo show, talking to him about their exploitation of the mentally ill on TV. And I said, why don't you show solutions instead of problems? Why don't you help people with their ideas of where to go next instead of having to open them up and surgically like lay them out for America to hear? So they did, and finally I worked on 12 shows. I did testify against Time Warner in 1996. I was the only licensed therapist in the country who could testify to state of mind of a talk show guest. I don't know if you ever remember the Jonathan Schmidt, Scott Amador, where Jenny Jones show, where the man came off and shot the other man, killed him, and a post-traumatic stress reaction. So at the end of the day, they never asked him about his mental health, and so I went against Time Warner. And there was a $25 million verdict, and we finally said, as America, we're not going to stand for television that's exploitive. But I'm so blessed to be here. I have the pleasure of working with this community. Dr. Rapier, who's our founder, I think donated a significant amount to Hope Heroes. That's why I work with Casey and Governor DeSantis, and I'm sure they would have rather been here than me, but I am very grateful. So in any case, they told me to talk to you about this, and our book that I wrote with Lisa, which is called Take Your Oxygen First. Okay, I want you to understand that mantra today. This is like, if you take no take home from me today, take home that mantra, take your oxygen first. We had no title for the book. We were based out of Los Angeles. I was shooting the Lisa show back then. And we had no title. Dr. Rosemary Laird, a geriatrician from Health First in Melbourne, and myself, and Lisa wrote the book about Lisa taking care of her mother who had Alzheimer's. And we sat there and said, what's the name of the book? And I said, holy cow, we have none. So I got on that plane in LA as a you know, one of those red eyes that you just die over, and you get in at 5 in the morning and back in Fort Lauderdale. And the stewardess came out and said, you take the oxygen, don't give it to that person next to you. Don't give it to the child or your mother or somebody, you have to take it first. Well, this is back in 2006, so I still, even though as a professional, I was a card-carrying codependent as well. And I said, no way, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna give it to the person next to me, because that's who I am, that's who you are. We're all kind of hopefully being heroes for whatever reason. Mine was a childhood reason. And so I wondered, I said, this sounds interesting, but so I called the Federal Aviation Association. And I said, why on earth do you do this all the time to us? None of us really want to do that. And they said, look, people do live during plane crashes. We have seen it often. But you have 19 seconds of useful consciousness when you hit the ground. 19 seconds. If you haven't taken that oxygen first and you've given it to a loved one, both of you will surely perish. So today, as we honor you as first responders, frontline workers who went through total, literally, hell, and yet helped other people to heaven who were looking for it during Hurricane Ian, I want you to remember that. Take your oxygen first. Because that was me. I was a hero child. I was a Superman, and many people are superwomen. But there's a new psychological approach to mental health. And I said if I had 30 minutes to talk to you about anything, I want to give you the hope of actually taking away the fact that life has changed for us mental health-wise when we started discovering trauma treatment. I do sit on the Polyvagal Institute. I'm very blessed to be there with Dr. Gabor Mate, Dr. Stephen Portia, Dr. Bessel van de Kock, and Dr. Peter Levine. Somehow I ended up there. These are the trauma experts. And for me, working with first responders was critical. Just so you know, my first contracts 30 years ago with those Miami police officers, and I loved working with them. And to be frank with you, I worked, it was hysterical. I taught them trauma reduction techniques, which I'm going to actually do one with you at the end, because I want to leave you with some skill. You got up and had us all stand up and look at everybody eye to eye and just connect. And I just thought that was just beautiful. So I don't want you just to hear death by PowerPoint here. I'm going to give you a little experiential sort of thing and talk to you about a skill that you can have from here on out today that you don't need a license or certification to do. But when I actually got done working in the sheriff contract for about 8 years in Miami, which was my joy, I used to get on runs with them, go to places. I don't have a lot of fear. I'm an interventionist. I have to go in. I have fear, don't get me wrong. But I got paid to put people in treatment. Mind you, Dr. Bessel van der Kook says the body keeps the score. Okay? The body keeps the score. I can do anything with my mind. I can go into the craziest situations in the world. You guys know from a first responder. But the mind can deflect, project, deny. It can do anything. But the body keeps the score. So over the years, I ended up with 4 surgeries in my middle ear. I ended up with kidney disease. I ended up with TMJ. Because don't ever kid yourself. The mind and the body are inextricably connected. So if my mind told me one thing, my body said another. So all of us have this sort of mask. I'm going to talk to you a little about mental health. I use myself as a mental health idea because I was a tough conduct disorder kid who, when my parents started dragging me to the Freudians and Jungians and Rogerians of the world, they knew there was something wrong with their kid, right? And I had to talk to somebody. Well, we all come around with this mask. At 11 o'clock, I'll do a breakout session talking about this mask. You know, the mask is really something we have to talk about. But the mask is critical. Sometimes defense mechanisms are important. Sometimes they really protect us from the pain and agony of a lot of trauma from childhood. Other times, they keep us away from really existentially the meaning of life and who we are. So I taught group work as well. And anytime anybody came around and finally said to me, well, Doc, I'm fine, instead of I'm angry, or instead of, I'm sad, instead of, well, I realized I had a mask, right? I'll clean it up for you. I have an 11-year-old, I have to clean everything up now. So fine is really freaked out, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. Okay? You can imagine what I cleaned it up from. So when I say to you, poop happens, I also clean that up too. But this is the way we come around life, and as first responders especially. We have to be the supermen and superwomen, right? So we have this mask often. And I thought the Japanese had a wonderful take on the mask, and it's so true. And you as really heroes of this community, and really the pillars of what we should have as courage, running into burning homes when others are running out. The Japanese said it great. The first face we show the world, right? We do. And I'm sure you do it phenomenally. People have great confidence in you and trust. When I got on the other side of the bridge, I was begging to find a police officer. But then I realized that Lauren probably had them all in this room today. So I had to depend on something else. That's your first mask. The second mask is the one you showed your close friends and your family. Okay? That's important to understand. But guess what? The third mask, they don't even get, which is the third one you never show anyone. Okay? Anyone. It's the truest reflection of who you are. And understand that this mask is our goal in life, to truly remove it. I am, as I found in my life, I am not the believer that sitting on the Tibetan mountain and meditating and having this concept of enlightenment is the goal of psychology. No, the goal is to remove the mask. The goal is to become authentic. The goal is to show up in our lives in very, very difficult times and being honest, not wasting the person's time in a kind, compassionate way, and not having to be anything else. And I found out in my own life, this crazy conduct disorder guy who just did weird things as a kid and didn't really think twice about it, and I was a who lover, right? So hey, you never thought you'd get past 30. Nonetheless, at 68, be talking to a room of police officers, ambulance, EMTs, and everybody, so I'm blessed. But we have to realize that our vulnerability, and a well-met Chief Compassion Officer, our stories, our leadership skills, our ability to embrace our vulnerabilities is critically important. My daughter's given me a second shot at looking at childhood because I came from a very tough household, fighting, screaming, hiding in closets. It was intergenerational. I watched my grandparents do it, I watched my parents, all that. So, so I came out the hero child because that was like my role, my compensatory thing. But I realized that my daughter, you know, I have to raise her, I call neurologically, and I'll get to that second, because that's the key to the future of psychology. That's the key to every one of you as a police officer, emergency medical tech, a fireman, believe me, is this concept of vulnerability. So people say, how do you raise her? I say, I raise her neurologically. I mean, I think now with my body, I have to. Look, I could screw up tomorrow if I don't do the things I need to, but I think with my body, not with my mind. My mind always puts me in wrong places. So I said, I cry in front of my daughter. They go, you cry? I said, yeah, it's reality. I get sad in front of my daughter. But my daughter always is there when I stop crying because she knows I'm resilient enough to get to the other side. That pain is inevitable, but suffering is not. And that we can use these resiliency skills to literally get there. Nobody ever promised us a rainbow here. It's really, like the Dalai Lama said, don't get too happy, don't get too sad. And that was the point. But to know we're vulnerable, to know we're strong, I had to learn I was weak. To learn I thought I had courage, but I was scared out of my mind, really, when I went into these places. My mask was great. So we have to understand we're dualities. Even as phenomenally as first responders go, we have ourselves the vulnerability. Now, when I had a treatment center, just so you all know, and to give you a little tiny background of it, my biggest issue with my police officers and the ones I did interventions and brought to Huntsville, Alabama, was they did get well. I used to do these interventions with a recovering police officer with me because culturally they would connect better to them. But I also knew that 4 months, 5 months later, I might be putting their child into treatment at our adolescent center because it was a house of secrets. It was a house of fear. And the mask was always there. The children did not know what to say or do because it wasn't an honest sort of thing. It was incredible. Daddy or mommy would go out, but it was a house of secrets. And why is that? What's behind the mask? And that's the new psychology I want to tell you about. The beauty, I think, of the new psychology. Listen, I was Jungian trained. I was a therapist for years. And I sat there with my patients doing what I call flashbacks. I call it today emotional flashbacks. What happened to you when you were 10 years old with your mom or your dad? That's the old psychology, okay? Freud did a lot of things right. Jung did a lot of right, Rogers. But at the end of the day, we started learning in the 1980s with Dr. Marshall Linehan's work with attachment disorders, with borderline, that we could actually be our own therapists. This is kind of not so great for to the therapy world because we had created this concept of learned helplessness. You got to come and see me every week, right? And I'm going to be able to have the answer. Well, I did so many suicide calls, right, because I was a crisis worker. Sometimes I was on with somebody who was going to die or thinking they were going to die, and I miss another call. And unfortunately, you can't clone yourself, right? So I let the other thing ring, and I said, I'm going to get back to him, I'm going to get back to him. And so we would stabilize one crisis, and then I'd go back to the other crisis, and I'd call the person up, and I said, I'm sorry I couldn't get to you, I was working with another client. I said, what happened? They go, I wanted to kill myself, doctor. And I said, oh, gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that, and I wasn't there. I said, what'd you do? They go, well, I did this, I did this, I did this, in the 10 minutes I couldn't get you. And I go, you did better than what I could have ever said to you in a million years. You are the resilient one. You developed the skill. You didn't need to call me. It was all within you. If you think what recovery is recovering things inside of you innately. So I realized that we were praying learned helplessness, people coming to me. The new mask is the old mask, okay? And it's the fight, flight, freeze, and fawn response. I'm not going to get too deep clinically in the weeds with you. It's not a CEU exercise. But the fight, flight, freeze response is a biological default of the mind, okay? And we learned it as children. This is literally found through the attachment stages of our early childhood. Freud called it the narcissistic stage of development. 1 out of 8 people. The American Psychological Association has such a heinous time during that time that they have no bonding with the caregiver, and they see the life as hell and kill or be killed. And unfortunately, they grow up to have a personality disorder. We call it borderline. It could be narcissism, histrionic, antisocial, you name it. It's a relationship disorder. But they don't have a neurological default to a healthy, empathic way. They don't have empathy or accountability. So the fight, flight, freeze is what's behind it. It's our body. It's our neurological system. And mine, I emerged out of childhood with terrible fight, flight, freeze. I didn't trust the world. I didn't trust anything. I couldn't trust my childhood. It was all like a war zone. So I myself came out with the biological default of fight, flight, and freeze. And if you look, these are all based upon looking up the adverse childhood experience studies of Kaiser Permanente, which is the last 20 years. And if you look at jails, which many of you obviously work with, everybody in there has 4 or greater adverse childhood experiences. Okay, so understand that this is really costly and important for us to get in front of, not just for ourselves, but for the world around us. The fawn response is the non-biological one. It's the one I had to emerge with childhood. You ever heard of codependency? Yeah, I came out the hero child. I mean, I had no real childhood, but I knew I had to make my parents happy by being the hero, keeping them together. My beautiful wife, who got in recovery for alcoholism, and that's 13 years clean now, she was the lost child, in her family. So what the fawn response was the people pleaser, the mask that I had to make people happy. So that was just a survival tactic. So the fight, flight, freeze is our biological, it's our nervous system. It's the parasympathetic, the sympathetic. You have it inside of you. Listen, I am here to give you the concept of telling you that we never befriend our nervous system in life. Okay? 8, 9 months, my daughter was a month preemie. She ended up in a NICU in Orlando at Winnie Palmer. But frankly, we have a great time for 9 months in our mamas, right? It's calm, it's cool, collected, it's great. And then all of a sudden you come out and they smack you in the rear end, lights happen, camera. Oh my gosh, this is it. From that point on, we never embrace our neurosystem. That's our brain response, the fight, flight, freeze. That's our vagus nerve. That's our neurological system. Vagus nerve goes from the cortex of your brain through your healing organs into your gut. We don't embrace it. We don't make love and happy and hug our nervous systems. That is the key to the new psychology. And I'm going to tell you why. Many of us here know what the big T of trauma is. I'm a trauma therapist, right? I studied with Dr. Charles Figley at FSU in 1990. And the big trauma, you all know it. I mean, it could be emotional, physical, sexual. It could be murder in front of you. It could be a terrible mayhem. Your whole life shifts. The paradigm of your life shifts. It's such a heinous thing to watch, right? We know that trauma. I work with the military, with the United Health, and our caregivers, right? But we don't talk about the small t. We talk about the big T a lot. The small t is complex PTSD. CPTSD. That's behind the fight, flight, freeze. That's behind the mask. And that is really what drains us. That's when the world, I'm a rock and roll guy, so if you like Smashing Pumpkins, when Billy Corgan comes out and says, the world is a vampire, in the song Bullet and Butterfly, the world is a vampire. If you don't have boundaries, you don't understand this. So the big T, PTSD, results from short-lived trauma, traumas of limited duration. Complex, or I'll call childhood, CPTSD, it's not in the DSM-5 yet, stems from chronic long-term exposure to trauma, which is a victim has a limited belief it will ever end, okay? You can't foresee things, and it includes all the other things that happened to me, adverse childhood. You have your own stories, all right? I tell you my story because you don't have to. Your story is your beautiful, sacred story. I hope you're getting, coaching for it and dealing with it. And I want to inspire you to tell you we can all get better when we understand this. So I always said CPTSD is when the last 10 years of your life trigger the first 10 years of your life. So if you go through narcissism, if you ever had a toxic relationship, you don't have to raise your hand. You ever met one of those poisonous sort of people that you have no clue about? God love them, I have deep compassion. They were created by the worst parenting you could humanly imagine. They had no connection to their primary caregiver. They saw life in a war zone. They were like cockroaches. How the hell do I get out of this place? They were fight or kill philosophy. Okay? They ended up with no empathy, no accountability. Hey, guess what? They run countries today. Guess what? They run my clinics today. Guess what? They're phenomenal image makers. Because they have such low self-esteem inside. They don't know what it's like, but they created the image, and the image is black belt. So I find them everywhere. So I do clinical work with them. I won't even know for 5 or 6, 7 times if I'm dealing with a cluster B. But they are there, and the APA said 1 out of 8. So we all have CPTSD. There's no Leave It to Beaver families, y'all. I'm giving my age up there. There's no Leave It to Beaver families, okay? Whether you came from a childhood where, say, children should be seen and not heard, or you started crying authentically for a cookie and your mom stuck you in timeout. She might have meant the best. My parents, I think, meant the best. Don't get me wrong, I'm a Spock baby, Dr. Spock. Okay, they told me they say cry, let them cry, don't pick them up. That was a Spock deal. No, you do cry, you do get to be picked up, and you see the world is safer that way. So trauma responses that you go through as a first responder, or us in life, when we're even meeting people, is all of this, right? We feel on guard all the time. It's like a hypervigilance, walking on eggshells. We say yes to people just all the time, right? We don't have those boundaries. We'll feel responsible for other happiness. These are childhood responses. It's indelible. Our brain, back here, it's like a tattoo in our limbic system, okay? I always say, and I have 1 million patients at WellMed, and I set our programming based upon this. Many of our patients are 70 and 80 years old. And I told our founder, guess what? They have complex PTSD as well. They get chronic fearful, when they have a terminal illness or get scared, and they too default. So trauma can trigger the CPTSD. So PTSD is that. All of this comes from childhood. When I put people in treatment, yes, we have a disease model. Okay, great. You have a genetic predisposition. But whether it was ADD, whether it was addiction, eating disorders, these are all responses to very difficult fight, flight, freeze responses to feel better. So I'm here to tell you, just to dispel, because today you're going to get some great speakers, and you've got some phenomenal experts in this field right here, and I want you to take advantage of them. But understand, let me just clear up 3 things for you real quick, and why the power of burnout is in your hands as first responders. And I just want to provide you this one thing of a grounding technique to take away from here. It's because stress is not burnout, and burnout is not compassion fatigue. These are 3 clinical conditions. So stress, if you get in front of it, will build self-esteem. If you do it because you start loving yourself, right? Resilience goes up if you can take care of your stress. But if you don't take care of your stress, you're going to go into the house of burnout. I deal with 35,000 employees, doctors right now going wild. House of burnout is they detach from self and soul. What am I doing here? Okay, if you don't take care of burnout, first responders deal with this all the time on the front lines. You end up in the world of, I call vicarious traumatization, where everything you see now is triggering your childhood trauma. Everybody you're with is triggering your childhood trauma. That's called compassion fatigue. Why do I make a delineation for y'all? You don't want to be therapists, I don't blame you. Find another field, but it's rewarding when you got yourself. Here's why I tell you that. It's because you can actually get in front of burnout. If you take this psych model, you can get in front of compassion fatigue. You just have to start working on the stress. And the new psychology is this. It's retraining your brain. And first responders, my Lord, you are the first people. Why? Because you're so strong. You go through such training. You understand what it's like to be disciplined and how to interact with people in the field and how to get somebody the life-saving thing, okay? All you need to now know is become your own first responder for your own life. Come back and adopt yourself, because the new path is that you're responsible for the fight, flight, freeze response. You can reparent yourself. I love my parents, God loved them, but I had to reparent myself. It's not the word love. Parenting, I think, is being fair, consistent, and available. That is what a parent should be. Fair, consistent, and available. So, you can retrain your brain. And I want this to be the first responder method today because, here's the gig. I know it sounds esoteric and New Age and Barnes & Noble stuff, but when I tell you this is it for us as first responders. And I say us because this work is really all of us. I never had a greater inspiration than you here in Fort Myers area during Hurricane Ian, coming back and forth, working with our staff. You guys are just unbelievable. And the news cycle might have moved on, but not us who know what you did. So the key to health and happiness is your neurosystem, literally your brain. This is called co-regulation, being in front of a healthy person. Remember I talked to you about that toxic person? You can't get well in a toxic relationship, y'all. You're always on defensive. So this is where your heart now feeds your neuro system. Okay? The longest trip you ever take in your whole life is not to the moon, not to Mars. It's from your head to your heart. Okay? Don't let your mind be thinking that you're doing well. Let your heart be telling you you are. So what the new psychology means is you have to work out. You have to be your own personal coach in your own brain. And you can do this easy enough, believe it or not, if you start adopting yourself. Okay? If you start taking your oxygen first, if you start putting that first ring on your finger instead of the person next to you, okay, you got this, a multi-pronged attack to the solution. Number one, you create a safe environment. I ask all the people that work at WellMed, when you go home from work today, I want you to do an inventory. How many people meet you halfway in your life? How many people will bear witness to your pain? How many people don't dominate you, tell you what to wear, what to do? How many people do that, right? Because burnout is when one person works harder than the other. That's the definition of burnout. Sometimes we get these toxic relationships, and 1 out of 8 people, again, just so clinically, APA says, will bully you, will get their needs met, has low self-esteem, and will dominate. And so those are relationships you got to get the heck out of. Now, I work with fathers and mothers who deal with parental alienation, and sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's called modified contact. But this is your component. Create a safe, healthy environment. Do an inventory of everybody in your life, okay? Because you can't get well with toxic people. Build a relationship of connectiveness. We kind of get screwed up in relationships, childhood. We have to heal through relationships as well. Healthy relationships. That's called co-regulation of our neuro system. Okay, so the key to life is emotional self-regulation, taking care of our stress, period, and being around healthy people to do it. That's all the therapist-client relationship is about. It's really co-regulation. They feel safe. They feel that it's private. We're not going to talk. 80% is showing up. So when I talk to you about compassion, okay, it's not pity. There's a continuum. It's not sympathy. It's not empathy, even though empathy is beautiful. Compassion is being able to take care of your own self. You cannot shine a light if you have no light inside. You can't pour out of your carton if you have nothing inside. So compassion, it's like an emotional response to somebody else. You're able to bear witness. You can't change them. I learned as a hero child I couldn't change the cancer in front of me. I couldn't change the diabetes in front of me. Okay? I can't change the kidney disease. But what I can do is listen and bear witness to their pain and be there as best as I can to help them through that. And when I talk with caregivers, we were at a charity for 10 years, I said to caregivers, if you don't take your oxygen first, I said, they go, I can't do that. I said, if you don't, you're doing a disservice to your loved one you're taking care of. Why? They have a chronic terminal illness. They're fearful as hell. Their life has changed. If you're anxious, nervous, and you're on one leg instead of two, where are they going to go? So if you don't do it for yourself, do it for them. And I'm going to say the same to you as well. When I start, every day I don't get up, I'm anxious, sometimes I'm depressed, I'm just a human being, not a human doing. Okay, I always say to myself, if I don't do it for me, I have to do it for my child, because the children are always watching. So when you got up and talked about your bodies, and the food, and the health, these are physical health. The brain, the emotional limbic system up here, okay, is something you also have to care for. That's the fight, flight, freeze. Guess what? In trauma, we have 3 parts of our brain. The frontal cortex is where your logical stuff happens, your reasoning happens. It shuts down in trauma. And we're all emotions, okay? Or we're all the reptilian brain, the stem brain stuff. So self-compassion, I'm going to ask you just now, in this quick kind of moments I have with you, is to have for yourself. Taking your oxygen first is that. I'm going to do a little breath work, which I did with all the police in Miami. I would sit there in the mornings and do breath work. It takes less than 80 seconds. It's only a trauma reduction technique. You don't have to sit on that mountain in Tibet. But I need you to start talking about your own self-compassion. You all are just the epitomes of heroes to everybody. I'm asking you just to be the epitome of hero to yourself. Self-compassion is key, because when we're able to be gentle with ourselves in the midst of shame, and that's the childhood fight, flight, freeze. It's what I was always told when I was a kid, that kind of you weren't kind of good enough. We're more likely to reach out, connect, and experience empathy. That's the co-regulation. All right, Anybody a rock person here? I'm gonna really say it quick. I love rock and roll, right? So John Lennon was had one of the most difficult childhoods you can imagine. Adverse childhood experiences, lost his mom, abandoned, really one of those that you could probably say was going to end up with no empathy and no accountability. Attachment disorder issue. Everybody thought that Yoko broke the Beatles up, right? She also had her own deal. She came from a wealthy family, not a lot of love and connection, so both of them were kind of a mess. But guess where John became the healthiest in his entire life? It was the Band of Brothers. The co-regulation of the Beatles. When he got around Paul, George, and Ringo, who were pretty darn grounded in the rock and roll world, believe it or not, especially Ringo for some reason, but they got around it. He became co-regulated. His insane childhood became that, and his emotional self-regulation was his guitar. I have a charity you all go to one day, TAR Network, Toxic Abusive Relationship Network, and I work with rockers. So I have the music director of The Who, and I asked him, I said, Frank, you're so grounded, you're so powerful. You know, I said, I never saw a therapist. I said, what? You never saw a therapist? He's my age, 68 years old. I said, he said, no, I just picked up a guitar at 10 years old, and I stuck it next to my heart. I said, it's the only instrument you can stick next to your heart and your neurological system, right? So that's his emotional self-regulation. Then he went to and played with The Who and the Stones, and that was his Band of Brothers and Sisters, guys. Okay, listen, I just saw Blondie last week. She was amazing. So anyway, so this is really, so Frank found his healing through rock. John found his sweet spot in 6 years of being the most creative geniuses of writing with the Beatles. I'm not asking you to go see a therapist. That's it. I like them. I want you to be there. They will help you, but that's it. So I want you to avoid burnout by having self-compassion, okay? It's on the job. It's self-care. It's doing these things neurologically. I'm going to do it in a minute. Fight, flight, freeze response. This is what builds resilience. When you mention resilience, resilience is critical. We have an emotional bank account. The only way we build resilience is to love ourselves and have stress reduction. Why? Well, with caregivers, they say, Doc, I feel so guilty if I don't take my mom to the doctor. I said, guess what? Guilt is a barometer of self-esteem. The higher your self-esteem, the lower your guilt. This is a truism in psychology. The higher your guilt, the lower your self-esteem. So I said, take this as a gift if you're feeling guilty to go take care of yourself. Go walk around your house. Go do Pilates. Go call your best friend and sit there and chill with them. Co-regulate. Start doing this because the brain, the fight, flight, freeze, is like, you know, you gotta be a personal trainer. You know, Nike, I guess the Latin name for Nike is victory. What does they say? Just do it. That's what you gotta do for this. So, but you have to understand, I need you to stay away from unhealthy people, dominant people. I deal with toxic work sites. When I go into a clinic today and I have a boss say, can you fix my clinic? And I go, sure, come in. 5 weeks into it, I said, look, you've gone through 3 clinic administrators, you've gone through 4 medical assistants. I'm not there to fix them, I'm here to fix you. You're a micromanager. We are more controlling when we're out of control in our minds. So I work with them. I have done that. So be that person. So what's the mantra? Well, my wife, I always talk about it. She's in recovery 13 years. She sponsors the world. She's healthier than I'll ever be. I said, baby, how did you stay clean? I ran treatment centers. Half of them went in relapse. She said, Jamie, I did a gratitude journal every day. Guess what? That's emotional self-regulation. Every day, if I had nothing to be grateful for, even our marriage was falling apart, I realized that you'd be there for me and I'd be there for you. It's an emotional thing. So she said this too, grant me the serenity, accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Which is beautiful serenity prayer, right? If you know AA, Bill and Bob got it right. Somehow or another, they had 12 steps and they had a bunch of meetings where people could co-regulate. So I want you to go, I'm going to do a little exercise with you to send you on your way today, and I want you to take advantage of today to have self-compassion. That means to exhale. That means connect, co-regulate with the people here who have booths. Go into your breakout sessions. Make it all about you. Feel the neurosystem of the person next to you. I love, again, the experiential exercise when he says, look in your eyes, get connected to people. That is our healing source. You don't have to call me up to do this. You'll do it better. But if you want to know cool things, go on YouTube, look up Brené's work. Brené Brown, she's great. She's in recovery. We all are, we hope. Again, it's inside of us somewhere. But boundaries are important. When you fail to set these things, okay, especially as first responders, people really don't know where you're at, and we don't know where we're at. So sometimes when we say no, we feel guilty, right? But guess what? We're helping and saving and protecting ourselves. Your healthy friends will respect your boundaries. Your toxic friends will self-select and not. So when you have boundaries and somebody's not respecting them, probably that's a high red flag for getting the heck out. So today, the moral of the story, it's about you're taking the mask off. Look, when they say, Doc, am I ever going to be authentic if that's the goal? And I said, you know, you may never ever get there. We may die before we get totally authentic. In psychology, we call this peeling the onion. And every layer you peel, you cry. I don't know. I can't tell you, but I can tell you that humans are 3 steps forward and 2 backwards. Have grace. Forgive yourself. Have compassion. This is not going to be an overnight deal. It took us a while to tattoo these thoughts and bad habits in our brain. They didn't come from, have grace and forgiveness. They didn't come from you. They came from, obviously, our parenting. I want you to stop wearing masks and understand that the key is not enlightenment, it's authenticity. Okay, at WellMed, I talked to them about being a psychologically safe, authentic place, allowing the newcomer, the person in comfort care, the transportation worker, being as important as a doctor when we sit around the table. Who knows who has the best relationship? Being authentic, listening to new people, listening to anybody, and just listening. So here's today's your day. I'm just blessed and fortunate to come over and tell my daughter, I said this, I get to go back to the roots that inspired me most, which is to work with first responders. You guys are the key to yourselves, your families, but also the key to this community. And nobody does what you do. I'm just asking you to start doing that for yourself. When you do things, you get stressed. When you're feeling, the concept of, there's a good book that's written about a borderline, but the book is Walking on Eggshells. When you feel your body walking on an eggshell, you feel discomfort, okay? Then I want you to start doing trauma reduction techniques. I want you to do the breath work I'm going to do in a second. I want you to get quiet place. I want you to start, do that little yoga, Pilates. I just walk around. Obviously I'm a couch potato too, guys. I can't tell you this. I'm no Arnold Schwarzenegger, but I'll get out every few minutes to get vitamin D. These are little small things to feed your system, okay? And the group, find yourself a group. I run a men's group in South Florida. Mostly cops, believe it or not. And at least they get safe. It's the Band of Brothers. So, the longest journey you're going to make is from your head to heart, and I'm going to give you an exercise before I leave and turn this back over to our fabulous hosts at Lee Health and the whole group, collaborative group. Remember this, you have got to go to your heart to do this work. What does that mean? It's experiential. It means like if it's a rock and you have water over it, it polishes it. Be kind to yourselves. I, for one, like I said, could relapse tomorrow if I don't do what I need to do today for my trauma recovery. So realize your answer is inside. It's really loving yourself. It's also trusting yourself. The acronym for trust is to reach ultimate success together. Trust. I want you to trust yourself. How do you do that? Well, if your body's feeling dysregulated, and by the way, you have people here who go into SWAT situations, you know how to get, without running into a SWAT situation. I had our cops in Miami doing breath work. Why? Because they make the best decision on a proactive basis. Breathwork takes less than 80 seconds when they're going into some place. Breathwork will do that. So I want you to use self-awareness. It's all about you as first responders, being self-aware. Owning things, being accountable, okay? Owning things, having empathy. Mindfulness is just being in the moment, y'all. It's not sitting on a mountain and having to meditate 60 minutes a day, even though that's a great neuroregulator, okay? Breathwork will change you. The human beings came up because breathwork was the key. We all think it was survival of the fittest, right? Guess what? Humans were the only ones that could shift their chemistry through civilization and communities coming together. Co-regulation. And that's how we grew. So breathwork really affects you in a whole cool way. If your body's dysregulated, if you're feeling that walking on eggshells, or you're going into some emergency situation, I'm scared too when I go in there, to Quantico and putting a guy in treatment. I know he's got a gun somewhere in that room, and I'm changing his life, and I'm putting him away for 60 days. Okay, I'm scared. I feel dysregulated. So what I'll do, I can go from a dysregulated, depressed place by doing what I call grounding techniques, trauma reduction techniques. okay? I use breath work because it's so powerful, so easy, and it's always available to us. But you can go from a negative experience to a positive. You can go from a detached to engaged. You can also just go from one leg, like this, to two legs, like a martial arts pose. And I have people at WellMed doing this. I said, when you see a patient and then she's yelling at you, and sure enough, she's just fearful, say you'll be back in 80 seconds and do some breath work. Come back and meet her and show her how to do it. Because it'll ground you on 2 feet and change your chemistry. So I'm going to ask us to do it together. And then I'm going to say to you, have an amazing day, because this is a day that is for you. And I want you to understand, not lose sight, that you are for you. That while you're here, be present in your body. You can unlock the power of the vagus nerve. We have full outcomes and metrics on breath work. Okay? If you use it in the moment, it calms you in a moment. If you do it 4 to 6 times a day, you can shift the neurochemistry of your brain. You literally can do this. That's the fight, flight, freeze response I talked about. That's the reparenting. Okay, you can actually do this, but you have to have that compassion to do it in the moment when you're dysregulated. You do it in an argument with your partner. Go, breathe, come back. Teach her or him how to breathe. Tell them to do this breath work. I'll show you, it's really easy. It's on YouTube after I get done, because I had the pleasure of working with the man who brought it to us. Now, I'm a hypnotherapist too, so I believe in brain work and EMDR and whatnot. So I'm not going to commandeer your breath. One of the things about us therapists is we believe in your autonomy. So you don't have to do the breath work. You don't. Only do it. It's a great skill. I go into the gym. It's really, you'll love it. But if you don't want to do it, that's entirely your choice. It's a grounding technique. And what grounding techniques do, shift the body. Remember, so the mind and the body are connected, okay? And the body keeps the score. If you don't want to do the breath work, here's other things you can do in the 80 seconds. You can pray. Guess what? Whether it's Allah, Jesus, Moses, Buddha, praying is a neuroregulator. It changes, a neuroregulator changer of your brain. Praying can do that. Gratitude, okay, do that. I ask our clients and our employees, I said, look, if you don't want to do the breath work, that's cool too. When I ask you to close your eyes, go to a safe place you once were in your life. We all have one safe place. And you're down there for 80 seconds, touch it, feel it, smell it, okay? That's also a grounding technique, all right? Or just take in the craziness of the day, and all of you have those days. Take the 80 seconds for yourself, because it shifts your body chemistry. So I was very fortunate 25 years ago, and I worked with Andy. He's a phenomenal integrative medicine doctor. He at the University of Arizona. You can go to drwild.com. I found out caregivers, and that's how I got my love for caregivers of chronic illness, were very much clinically like you as first responders, okay? Caregivers also running into their own burning homes. Family members were running out. And so I taught them breath work a lot, because it really was something that they, in this dysregulated time, could also deal with. Many of them had neurological issues. Their loved one had Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, Lewy body, kept asking the same question over and over and over. And I said, don't get angry, go breathe, and then come back. So, it's 4, 7, 8. If you want to do it, great. If you don't, I gave you an alternative. I'm going to give you 80 seconds to yourself anyway. But this is how you do breath work. It's pretty easy. Today, you have to hear my voice do it, and that's too bad. But you'll take your voice and do this from now on. Or when you get done with here today, afterwards, afternoon, go to YouTube and put 4, 7, 8 in and put W-E-I-L, wow. Andy comes out and does it for 2 minutes. So my daughter during COVID, when she did it, she led breath work for all the little 5th graders and 6th graders, because it was a tough time. And I said, baby, you know, you're gonna have to chill with everybody, and it'll calm your neurosystem down. Remember, the key to today is the key to your lives is the new psychology. Emotional self-regulation, breath work, hang around healthy people, co-regulation. Think of yourself like John Lennon, join the Beatles, all right? Here's how you do it, okay? When I ask you to close your eyes, I'll ask you to breathe in for 4 seconds. It's just breathe in through your nostrils. It's cool, it's refreshing. You feel alive. Keep it in your mind for 7 seconds. You can picture butterflies, rainbows, guided image of any kind, or just stay silent and let the breath stay there for 7 seconds. But it is a physiological process to calm the vagus nerve. It does change the brain. So vagus nerve, again, goes from the cortex of your brain to your healing organs into your gut. If you're in an emergency situation, you're going out there to terrible tragedy and trauma, you're in the middle of it or what, okay, you can calm your vagus nerve. By the way, vagus is a Latin name for like vagabond. Now, we don't befriend our nervous system, but it goes everywhere in our body. And we can actually befriend it. You don't have to call me up and say, what do I do, doc? You can go inside and say, what do I do, doc, to me, yourself. All right? So the exhalation for 8 seconds is what triggers the vagus nerve response. It's a physiological thing, okay? So you can listen to my voice now, and again, you'll hear it later with your voice, or you'll hear it with Andy's voice. But if you'd like to do it, great. If you don't, I'm giving you an alternative. But before we go on to the rest of the day, which is in your honor, let's get calm. Let's change the chemistry of the body, okay? So if you will, let's close our eyes, put our feet on the ground. If you have shoes on, feel the floor through your shoes. If you're barefooted, that's cool too. Feel the floor through your feet, right? And with your back upright with respect for yourself, let's do 4, 7, 8, simply 4 times, the way I asked, okay? So breathe in now through your nostrils for 4 seconds. Keep it. Swish it around for up to 7 seconds. Now, blow out with passion for 8. Breathe into calmness again for 4 seconds. Keep it. Swish it around for up to 7 seconds. Now, blow out with gusto for 8. Breathe into calmness again for 4. Keep it for up to 7. Now, blow out with gusto for 8. Last time. Breathe in the calmness for 4 seconds. Keep it for up to 7 seconds. Now, all the anxiety you might be feeling for 8. With your eyes still closed, please, feet on the ground. Go inside that amazing body of yours that you just shifted the chemistry and scan it. Okay? Literally, you're the only species that can do this. Humans can shift the chemistry of their body in less than 80 seconds with the trauma reduction technique. With your breath work, what you just created was what we call oxytocin. It's a hormone that connects to your neurotransmitters. You literally shifted the chemistry of your body, and you've calmed yourself. You can do it anytime. You do it 4 to 6 times a day. Andy says you get it much more proactive in 4 to 6 weeks. So when you're ready, open your eyes. Come back to this particular conference that I think is so wonderful, should be everywhere. Understand that a moment of self-compassion like that can change, really, can change your day. A string of moments like this can change the course of your life. What can I tell you? I think you have to be the change you want to see in those around you. Okay? Emotionally self-regulate, don't hang around toxic people. You have to deal with one. You have a child modified, call me or call a therapist and we'll help you do that. Be that change. But in case you haven't felt it today, you guys are so appreciated. In case you want to ever quit, I know we all do, please don't. You're needed. In case you need to talk, but feel no one will listen. There are many who will, okay? They're all around here. In case you haven't heard it today, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. So take your action first. Be the change you want to see, truly. Know that better things are going to be coming, okay? Keep calm, and just breathe. Thank you so much. Again, and I appreciate it very much. And I'm sure Casey DeSantis would have said she's deeply grateful for you as well, and Lee helping the whole group. Thank you.
So, I want to bring up our next presenter, who is going to talk a little bit about finding resilience. Kathy Murtaugh-Schaefer is a physician assistant, Shipley Cardiothoracic Clinical Strategy Manager, and Program Coordinator for Substance Abuse Programs, has been a physician assistant for more than 30 years. While her primary jobs have been in heart health, she recognizes the important role that mental health plays in maintaining a physically healthy body. During the COVID pandemic, she saw many of her colleagues suffering from stress and burnout. She took it upon herself to offer education and support in an effort to bolster staff at Lee Health. Her talk, Stress, Burnout, and PTSD, A Return to Joy, was the first in the system to discuss openly the mental health burden her colleagues were experiencing. Her goal was to appeal to the intellectual need for understanding and to offer hope to those suffering the effects of mental distress. As a survivor of her own childhood trauma, she has spent many hours researching stress, burnout, and PTSD and its consequences. Her book, Letters of Forgiveness, is a fictional story about a wounded veteran's recovery from PTSD and a deep dive into several core human struggles that we can all relate to: love, loss, self-worth, and the search for meaning. Kathy's ultimate mission in life is to bring hope, compassion, and understanding to those suffering from humanity's frailties. I have seen Kathy present. You're in for a treat. Welcome, Kathy.
Dr. Heisman's breath work came at a perfect time, calmed my nerves down. And interestingly enough, I was most worried about going up those stairs. So today we're going to talk a little bit more. I'm going to kind of amplify what Dr. Heisman was just telling us, and we're going to talk about finding resilience, navigating burnout, stress, and PTSD. And I just want to take a moment to tell you, to mention that some of the things that we're talking about today may trigger some uncomfortable feelings for you all. And if that's the case, I would ask that you honor those feelings and recognize them because they may be the only sign that you are distressed. And if they really are bothering you while you're here, we have people around the room that can help you with that. And you just have to raise your hand. Basically, if you want somebody to sit with you or talk with you, we can help you. So this is where I work. I work for Shipley Cardiothoracic. This is our Lee Health Heart Surgery Center, and I've been a PA for 30 plus years now. And the guys I work for are really wonderful surgeons, but they're also very aware that mental health equals heart health. And so that's how I kind of got into all of this. And then I work with the addiction medicine group as well. This is me. I'm the inpatient program coordinator for opioid use disorder, women's health advocate. I'm the clinical strategy manager for Shipley. I am a huge advocate of Kimmy's Recovery Zone, which is a community organization that provides resources to people who have addiction or mental health issues. This is Al Kinkel's program, and I just I can't sing his praises enough for making Narcan and these resources available to the community. And I recently finished my master's degree in international diplomacy and conflict resolution. Somebody told me I should go to Ukraine, but I think that's a little bit above my pay grade. So here are some sobering statistics. Suicide is now the 12th leading cause of death in the United States. Over 100,000 people died of overdoses last year alone. And we know those numbers are historically underreported. PTSD and depression rates among first responders have been found to be as much as 5 times higher than the rates within the civilian population. And I want to just clarify a definition for y'all. I'm going to talk about healthcare workers, first responders, frontline workers, all of those folks. And when I'm talking about those, when I say those words, I'm talking about all of you who intercede on the illnesses, tragedies, and catastrophes of humanity. And again, your work is absolutely invaluable, and I thank you for it. One of the big things we do know is, as Dr. Heisman was saying, burnout can spiral into depression, despair, addiction, and or suicide. And we want to do what we can to prevent that. One of the reasons this talk even came about was because during COVID, I saw the stress and looks of burnout on my colleagues, and I wanted to do something about it. But then the story started circulating about a pediatric nurse who had committed suicide during that time, and I thought, no, I have to do something. So that's how this talk evolved. Interestingly though, the system didn't want me to talk about the suicide. And I couldn't quite figure that out, because if we don't talk about suicide, it remains this hidden secret that people feel ashamed about. When we don't talk about these things, we add to the stigma. So I talked about it anyway. So what exactly is burnout? Well, burnout is this feeling of total exhaustion, don't want to get out of bed anymore in the morning, this feeling of cynicism that the world is just a horrible place, and this perceived notion that you're just not making a difference anymore. What I do doesn't matter. And you can see stress, frustrations, workplace breakdowns, cardiovascular problems, migraines, all of these things are symptoms of burnout. But the consequences of burnout are not just personal. The consequences of burnout lead to increased patient mortality, interpersonal difficulties, dissemination of infections, medical errors, and malpractice. Our risk factors for burnout, I think this is really important. These long hours and rotating shifts, emotionally charged situations with patients and their families, exposure to infectious disease, hazardous environments, and workplace violence. I mean, think about it. Our hazardous environments, our first responders, our police officers, they're worried about being exposed to fentanyl unknowingly. And workplace violence, we now have security in the hospital walking around with guns. In my entire career, that has never been the case. But because the nurses are experiencing increased workplace violence. And then, of course, routine exposure to suffering and death. That's part of our jobs, right? One of the things that I think is really important, and I think that's what this conference is about, is that we have to divest ourselves of this notion that there's shame in asking for professional help. I mean, think about it. If everybody felt that way, nobody would call y'all, right? Oh dear, my house is on fire, but oh, I'm too ashamed to call the fire department. Or, I'm having a heart attack, but God, I'd be mortified if I had to call an ambulance. My brain's on fire with PTSD, but I can't seek out mental health because I'm too embarrassed. It doesn't make sense, right? So that's what we're talking about today. I think, though, that Fred is really the culprit. We can't continually run like we do every single day and keep that pace up without burning out. How prevalent is burnout? Well, there are reports now that 55% of healthcare workers are burned out. Women in healthcare have higher rates of burnout. Approximately 15% of any police department's officers are in a burnout phase at any one time, and 5 to 7% are totally burned out. EMS workers have an 18% burnout rate, and dispatchers, 32%. And what we heard the chief talk about today, and some of the horror stories that I've heard, I understand. This is the sound of burnout. I'm alone again on my shift. I'm so tired of picking up the slack. This job is killing me. I don't want to be a hero anymore. There are too many patients to cover safely. I've never been so tired in all my life. That is the sound of burnout. But why is it so prevalent? Well, in my opinion, part of this is due to the culture around our professions. I call it our warrior culture. Those of us on the front lines have been trained to believe we are invulnerable, tough, fearless, and self-reliant. To rely on that mental toughness, our grit, so to speak. We are the Caped Crusaders for humanity. As the first line of care, we are taught to put fear, sadness, and suffering into a box so that nothing interferes with our judgment. We start to believe that as a crusader, we're invulnerable, and that belief gets us through the daily tragedies and catastrophes that we see. But in reality, it's all a myth, shrouded in bleach wipes and personal protective equipment. And I think this leads to a lot of self-imposed guilt, blaming and shaming ourselves when our very best isn't good enough and lives are lost. And when we do become sick, either physically or mentally, we feel shame because we weren't strong enough to resist it. Even when we find ourselves exhausted from running around in circles, we hesitate to reach out because of the stigma surrounding mental health care, misplaced worries about our professional regulators, losing our license, etc. And just when we thought it couldn't get any worse, we had new players added to the mix. In 2020, COVID-19 entered our lives, an insidious virus that didn't discriminate and basically created invisible wounds that were sometimes as lethal as a gunshot. Creating moral injury, betrayal trauma, abandonment shock, adrenaline exhaustion, and compassion fatigue.
Moral injury occurs when in traumatic circumstances, people make decisions and behave in ways they would never do or have to do in ordinary circumstances.
Okay, that was interesting. Anyway, moral injury occurs when people in traumatic situations have to do things that they would never do in ordinary circumstances. For instance, deciding who gets a ventilator and who doesn't. Deciding who gets limited supplies of convalescent plasma or medications. Those are the kinds of decisions that we had to face. Deciding whether or not to start CPR on a patient without personal protective equipment on. And I know that that sounds just so out there, but these were the things that we had to deal with when COVID hit. And I think this quote from a Vietnam veteran says it all. That was the last slide. But what he said was that I cannot look people in the eye because I'm afraid they'll see the stain on my soul for what I did or couldn't do during the war. And I think that just says it all as far as moral injury is concerned. Then we have the issue of betrayal trauma. Betrayal trauma occurs when the people we thought were there to help protect us, we realize they're not coming, and we're out there alone. For instance, when our last administration told the states, figure out PPE on your own. Abandonment shock. We were overwhelmed. We were incredibly dismayed when the hard, steadfast rules of infection control somehow morphed into guidelines that were subject to interpretation so that we could figure out how to use PPE, the limited amount of PPE that we had. Adrenaline exhaustion. I don't know about you guys, but I think basically the insurrection, the nonstop media assault that perpetuates and echoes the unsafe, violent rhetoric that we hear daily leaves us feeling exhausted due to adrenaline, the constant adrenaline from nonstop stress. And compassion fatigue, this is when people feel emotionally unsafe, they lash out. And basically, compassion fatigue contributes tremendously to burnout. Okay. Compassion fatigue results when we are emotionally and physically exhausted. Here's a brain fact. People, highly empathetic people, such as yourselves, feel other people's pain as if it was their own. We call that, as Dr. Heisman alluded to, we call that vicarious traumatization. If you're hurting, I'm hurting. And that constant exposure to that type of trauma contributes to compassion fatigue. Eventually, we wear out. Our empathy and our compassion become exhausted. And with the numbers of patients that we saw during COVID, that's what happened. A lot of us suffered with compassion fatigue. These next two slides are actually short assessments. This one is if you're assessing someone for compassion fatigue, yes or no answers. Yes gets a 1, no gets a 0. You add up the numbers, and then at the bottom it tells you what type of response you need to have. 0 to 2, no immediate concern. 3 to 5, investigate the root cause. And 6 or more, probably need counseling. And that goes for the same as if you were assessing yourself. The hard part is we usually are unaware of when we cross the border from stress to burnout to PTSD. Remember at the beginning I cited some sobering statistics. Suicide is now the 12th leading cause of death in the United States. PTSD and depression rates among firefighters and police officers are 5 times higher than that of the civilian population. Burnout can spiral into depression, despair, addiction, and suicide. Burnout and stress are real, and if we don't pay attention to it, they become fuel for the 4 horsemen. This is what we want the world to see. This is the mask Dr. Heisman was talking about. But in reality, this is how we feel a lot. And if you're feeling like this more often than not feeling like this, it's probably time to seek help. The body wears the scars. So he talked about Dr. Bessel van der Kolk and the book he wrote, The Body Keeps the Score. It's a great book. I've read it from cover to cover. And Dr. Bessel van der Kolk is a psychiatrist up in Boston who's spent a lifetime studying trauma. And in his book, he talks about recognizing these physical symptoms that his patients had. Clenched jaws, tight fists, empty vacuous eyes, persistent GI problems, voices tense with anger. We may be able to block the uncomfortable thoughts from the front of our brain, but the body always knows. And when you see people walking around like this, they're having problems. They're stressed. So how do we know when we've crossed the bridge from stress to burnout to PTSD? I think a lot of it has to do with the intensity of our symptoms, the duration of our symptoms. You know, if you go for a week and you're feeling kind of pissed off at everybody, probably not a problem. But if you're feeling that way for weeks on end, or if you go home and you're constantly crying, you're unhappy with what's going on, your kids are making you crazy, it may be time to seek out help. You may have crossed that bridge. These are some of the symptoms of PTSD. Usually symptoms of PTSD do occur within the first 3 months of the trauma experience, but sometimes they don't show up. They may not show up for months or even years. Anxiety, your startle response is exacerbated, loss of motivation, depression, survivor guilt, helplessness, those are all signs of PTSD. Women are more likely to suffer PTSD than men. Nurses exhibit symptoms of PTSD at a rate 4 times higher than the general population. PTSD in firefighters was 57% compared to 38% in the military. I thought that was fascinating. This is your brain on PTSD. I can't concentrate. I feel spacey, like I can't think straight. I feel like I always have to be vigilant, ready for somebody who's going to attack me. I'm angry that I was put in this position. I feel worthless. I can't handle the simplest task. And we know that stress, anxiety, PTSD not only affects the brain, but it affects the body as well. We know that constant, non-stop stress increases cortisol levels that increase your blood sugars, your blood pressure, and your triglycerides. We also know that PTSD is associated with an increased risk of dementia, hypertension, obesity, hyperlipidemia, your cholesterol goes up, and this is where I come in, cardiovascular disease. Mental health is heart health. The great news is there's treatment for PTSD and multiple types of treatment. Cognitive behavioral therapy, there's antidepressants that can be prescribed, EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, changing the brain's reaction to the event with a series of rapid eye movements or by tapping. Polyvagal therapy, Dr. Heisman talked about that, learning to control the vagal response to anxiety. And then there's this new novel therapy that's come out, MDMA, and a lot of you probably know this as either ecstasy or Molly. That's the street name that's the name for it on the street. It's recently received FDA approval for a phase 3 clinical trial, and that trial was just completed and submitted to the FDA as a new breakthrough treatment for PTSD. Now, what's really interesting to me is that this treatment actually sounds very new and new agey, but this is actually very ancient medicine. In fact, down in the Amazon, the shamans, the medicine men, use plants that they know work to produce this hallucinogenic effect in people who are having difficulties. So they believe you purge your demons with this medication, and by going on this spiritual journey inside, that you can relieve yourself of whatever is ailing you. So while this is new for us, Westerners, this has been going on for centuries in other parts of the world. Self-medicating the pain of despair can lead to addiction. Unfortunately, a lot of us don't recognize that we are having these symptoms, and we try to medicate our mental anguish and our pain with drugs or alcohol. And I promise you, that never works out well. And like I said, over 100,000 people died of overdoses last year. So PTSD and substance use affect the brain in many similar ways. For instance, Broca's area is the speech center of the brain, and essentially trauma diverts blood flow from that center, and you are actually scared speechless. On the other hand, Brodmann's area gets an increase in blood flow, and that's where images are stored and then retrieved in flashbacks and nightmares. Our amygdala, our fight, flight, freeze center, is basically skewed with the effects of PTSD and substances. The brainstem, where our respiratory center sits, essentially, substances and trauma literally will take your breath away. And our cognitive center, prefrontal cortex, our imagination, all of that shuts down. And without our imagination or our creative center, we can't solve the simplest of problems. The good news is there is treatment as well for addiction. There is hope for sustained recovery with medically assisted therapy, group therapy, and again, with community resource organizations that help connect people. We know that addiction can be treated and people can sustain long-term recovery. I love this quote from a book that I was reading. It's a statement from a character that basically, I think, summarizes what we're all feeling right now, that surviving is insufficient. We don't want to just survive. We want to live life with experiences, purpose, and joy. We want to be resilient enough to move past burnout and stress so we can enjoy our lives. And it's not an unreasonable expectation. So how do we get there? How do we move forward? Because I think it's really important to return to mental resilience. In my mind, there is no higher calling than the career that we all do, where every day you have a chance to save a patient and change the world one person at a time. So what's the secret weapon? That's what I want to talk about first, the secret weapon to compassion fatigue. Because as I said, compassion fatigue is a big component of burnout. And you're all going to think I'm nuts, but fortunately Dr. Heisman kind of led the way, so I get to say this with impunity. The secret is self-compassion. There are 5 myths surrounding self-compassion, but self-compassion has been shown, study after study, to be the easiest way to relieve compassion fatigue. Having self-compassion has the most impact on resilience. When we finally recognize that we're human just like everybody else, we can look at ourselves in the mirror with kindness. People say it's selfish. Well, not really. Why would you have more compassion for a complete stranger than you would for yourself, especially in a time of need? Some people say it's vain or conceited. Well, this is not narcissistic behavior. This is about acknowledging our strengths and weaknesses. It's about being able to look into the mirror and clearly see who's standing there. It makes one complacent. Well, this is where looking in the mirror and seeing clearly directs you towards improvement. Self-compassion says, yes, I know you're here now, but you'll get better. Is it weakness? I don't think so. Self-compassion is far from weakness. Let me ask you this. What type of compassion and empathy for a victim drives someone to rappel down a line from a helicopter into raging waters in high winds to rescue someone? Why wouldn't you show the same strength, compassion, and empathy for yourself? Are you not just as worthy as your victim? And it looks like self-pity. This is the last thing self-compassion is. It's not a pity party. Self-compassion is about recognizing the demons we all carry around, dusting them off, and escorting them out the door. So what does self-compassion look like? Well, 3 things. Be kind to yourself. Instead of mentally listing all the things you did wrong today, can you list some of the things that you did right? Mindfulness. We do it all the time. Every single one of us in this room walks around having mental conversations with ourselves. Oh my God, I can't believe I did that. That was so stupid. Oh, Jiminy, I wish I had said that better to her. Why didn't I think to say this? Or, God, I hope I can do this without screwing it up. When your brain hears those conversations, it lights up like a firecracker. Oh my God, warning, alert, something's not right, something's wrong. And it starts sending out all these stress chemicals into your body. And all of a sudden, you're walking around with clenched fists and tight jaws and vacuous eyes. How about instead, we were to say, oh, you know what? I think I did okay, but I know I can do better, and I'll look into how I can do better. Or, I think I got my point across, but maybe not. I'll circle back to that person and make sure they understood what I said. Or, I'm not sure I know how to do this, but you know what? I can look up on YouTube and I'll bet you I'll find some ways to do this. Can you see how those messages are emotionally different? In your brain, when it hears things like that, those types of conversations, it's going, oh, okay, everybody just relax. It's all good. So we're going to talk a little bit about resilience. There are the basic building blocks of resilience: nutrition, exercise, and sleep. It's the same building blocks that you need for physical health. These all count. Less processed foods, watch your sugar intake, limit your alcohol, get a daily walk, and sleep 7 to 8 hours a night. Those are the basics. But I want to talk a little bit about happiness factors. Happiness factors feed resilience. And I've thought a lot about this since all this COVID business invaded our lives, and more recently, after Ian. What we understand about mental well-being suggests that those who feel like life is happening for them do much better than those folks who think life is happening to them. Our grandparents were right. If life hands you lemonade, hands you lemons, make lemonade. But where do we find that strength to make lemonade? Well, first of all, let's define happiness. The mechanism of happiness is generated by positive emotions: joy, pride, peacefulness, contentment, pleasure, affection. And the happiness factors, these two research psychologists, Lubomirsky and Della Porta, assert that there are 3 factors that influence chronic happiness. There's a genetic set point, so that accounts for about 50% of our happiness, and your set point is probably different than my set point. A person's life circumstances accounts for about 10%. Basically, as adults, our life circumstances tend to be pretty well set, and maybe you get a raise somewhere or something good happens, but those circumstances, they come and they go, and the feelings of happiness are fleeting. So that's kind of why retail therapy, when we say I need retail therapy, it works in the moment, but basically it's fleeting. The place where we get the most bang for our buck is when we do intentional activities. Intentional activities that are episodic and dynamic, meaning that you're doing something during these activities, but you're not doing them all the time. Hedonic adaptation. I don't know why, but I love this term. And that is the scientific definition of hedonic adaptation, a gradual process of diminishing emotional response to positive or negative stimuli. What it really means is you're living in a rut. Basically, all of that stress and all of the things that you do every single day are starting to feel normal. What we need to do is get out of that rut. And by doing these episodic dynamic activities that are also cognitive, behavioral, and motivational, we can increase our happiness factors. And I'll use myself as an example. One of the things I do outside of healthcare, I'm a competitive ballroom dancer. When I go for my lessons, it requires me to be 100% present. So I can't be thinking about the grocery list, the kids, the bills I haven't paid, the phone calls I didn't make, a patient at the hospital. When I'm in my ballroom lessons, basically I am only thinking about what muscle do I need to contract in order to make that move happen. They're also very motivational because as I've gotten better at it, I'm motivated to continue. And cognitively, I have gained self-esteem, self-confidence. Trust me, 5 years ago, I never would have been up here talking to you all. I can tell you that right now. But by dancing, I have found that joy within, and that contributes to my happiness. So intentional activities, dynamic, episodic, they contribute to your cognitive, behavioral, and motivational reflexes, and you feel good about them. And for me, it's ballroom dancing. For you guys, maybe it's painting, maybe it's kayaking, maybe it's hiking, whatever it is. If it puts you in your zone and it makes you feel good, that's contributing to your happiness factors, and that's contributing to your resilience. I wanted to talk also, though, about the other things that contribute to my happiness factors, and maybe they're the same things for all of you, I don't know. But this was my list. I want to live congruently with my values, morals, and ethics. I want to care about the welfare of others. I want to strive to improve daily. I recognize that perfect doesn't exist. I connect with nature, I live a creative life, and I am able to laugh at myself. And some of these things may be the same for you, or maybe your list is entirely different, but I encourage you to make a list so that when you're feeling like life is really getting you down, you can kind of go back to that and say, you know what, I'm okay. And I'll bet you any amount of money that most of the things on that list can't be interfered with by a pandemic, a hurricane, or an insurrection. So in conclusion, yes, I am going to stop talking here in just a minute. Burnout is real. Please don't ignore it. Burnout and unrelenting stress can lead to addiction, despair, depression, and suicide. Despair, depression, and/or thoughts of suicide need professional help. Get it. Addiction can be treated. Addiction is not a moral failing. Addiction is a mental health disorder. Building resilience is a lifelong practice. Its basic building blocks are good nutrition, exercise, and sleep. Happiness factors equal resilience, so work on learning, doing, and sharing. Self-compassion goes a long way in building a resilient life. We're a nation in great need right now of healing. But to begin that healing, I believe we have to look inwards and self-reflect. Recognize that it's important that we be strong, but we need to be smart about it. We are, after all, affected by the same human frailties as everyone else. And in this lifetime, I promise you, every single one of you will fall down at some time. And you may need some help getting back up, and that's okay. So believe in yourselves, take care of yourselves and each other. And not only do the right thing, but do the kind thing. And if you're finding yourself struggling, please, please, please promise me you will look for help. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate it. It's been a pleasure talking to you all.
Are you guys having fun? Are you guys loving this? All right, awesome. Let's give another round of applause for Kathy. Thank you so much for your work at Lee Health, for all that you do. And I was hoping that you would all notice that I have made a gown change. This is my Oscar gown change. So this is my representing the City of Fort Myers Fire Department. This is what I look like when I hang out with the fire teams. And my shirt says Nicole and Vega Crew Care, so I'm responsible for taking care of these guys and girls. I'm going to tell you a joke, courtesy of Commander Shane Seibert. Who knows this? What do cops, firefighters, and EMS have in common? Anybody know this? That they all wanted to be firefighters. You know that's coming from Shane, firefighter himself. That's why I'm giving Shane the credit so that I'm not offending police and EMS. Obviously, I've had a gown change again. And this is, I am representing Fort Myers Police Department right now. And when I do ride with them, this is what I look like when I'm in the car. And I love it. It is my favorite gown change of the day. So I like to pretend that I'm kind of a badass police officer. I wanted to also tell you that I was coming through the hall in here, and I saw an alarm that said, "This door is alarmed." I'm sorry, I saw a door. Oh, I already ruined my joke. I saw a door that was alarmed, that said, "This door is alarmed," and I just gave it a little rub and told it was going to be okay. Courtesy of Shane Seibert, also. What else? I'm going to introduce this amazing panel, and I just want to say that, you know, again, the sacrifice and the service of all of these folks is just things that we cannot put into words, things that the average person doesn't even understand. And especially our first panelist, who is a dispatcher and 911 call taker. And I just want to give you sort of an extra shout out before I give your bio. But our 911 call takers and our dispatchers are often the most forgotten of all of the first responders. And what I like to say, and what many people who kind of are in this business understand, is they are the first responders. They are the ears of everything that's happening, all of the crisis, all of the emergency happenings around us, and they do not get enough credit, and they are often forgotten. And so thank you for being here today and sharing your story. So this is Christine Hodges from Sanibel Police Department. She is the Communications Supervisor Lead Dispatcher. She began as a public safety telecommunicator in 1993 with Lee County Sheriff's Office in Fort Myers, Florida. She held the position of 911 operator, dispatcher, communications training officer, supervisor, communications training coordinator, and communications manager. Certified PST instructor for APCO International, communications unit leader, Florida interoperability trainer. served on the board of the Denise Amber Lee Foundation, served on the board of Florida APCO, and as Florida APCO chapter president in 2014, retired from Lee County Sheriff's Office in 2018 after 25 years of service, and currently working at the Sanibel Police Department as a communications supervisor. I'm actually going to go through and introduce everyone first, and then I'm going to hand over the microphone and have you all tell your stories, whatever you would like to share with us. So thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause for Christina.
Thank you. I want to first say thank you so much to Monica Freeman for introducing me to Lauren to be able to be here today. Again, my name is Chris Hodges. I am the Sanibel Police Department Communications Supervisor, and I am in my 30th year. So when I started, it's a long time, when I started with the Lee County Sheriff's Office in 1993, I'll tell you, I graduated first from Florida State University, go North, with my bachelor's degree in education. And at the time, the field that I was in, they weren't hiring that many teachers. They were in fact cutting hours or credits for the students. So I was a substitute teacher for a couple years at Mariner, and my uncle was a deputy, so he said to apply at the sheriff's office. And I was only going to be there for 2 years. That was totally my intention. And Estero High School, going back, was newly built, and they were looking for teachers. So I had an interview. I worked the 9 at night to 7 in the morning shift. I had an interview at 8 in the morning, and I'll tell you, during that night shift, you know, you work with your officers, your deputies, your paramedics, firemen, EMS, and the family connection starts, you know, almost right away. That night during my shift, 2 of my friends, they were working out in Pine Manor, and what came over the radio was 543 Lee County shots fired, check 559. And I called 559, who is now Captain or Chief Garrison at Northport, and he wasn't answering the radio, and he wasn't answering the radio. And finally, thank God, he answered the radio. But at that moment, I decided I was not going to go into teaching, and 30 years later, here I still am. So, you know, and I tell you that because I want you to understand the relationship between your dispatchers and your responders. It's very much a family atmosphere, and I'll tell you about Sanibel in a little bit, but it's definitely a connection. We take responsibility for our responders, absolutely. You are our people, and we have a unique relationship. So, you know, over the years being a 911 professional, I'll tell you, I have probably taken hundreds of thousands of trauma calls. We've had, obviously, shootings, rapes, murders, all kinds of terrible things that you can imagine. And in our profession, you guys know, we go from what could be somebody's worst experience in their lives to next handling a barking dog. You know, we go up and down all the time. So you're a 911 operator, you're a dispatcher. A lot of the times, we never hear the end of the story. You know, we have the beginning, we talk to our callers, we dispatch our officers, we do the very best that we can in being purveyors of information, getting that officer safety information out there, providing our citizens, our callers, with that pre-arrival instruction to try and help them get through the situation until the responders get there. So the 32% of burnout or turnover, a huge thing. It definitely is. And a big portion of my time at the Sheriff's Office was being in charge of the training program for 911 and dispatch. And I'll tell you, not everybody can be a 911 operator by any means. And I tell the folks when they come in, if you don't have a type A personality now, you will quickly develop that type A personality because, you know, dispatchers, we do have our control issues, so we have to be in charge of things, so we know that. Our training mantra has always been, you know, pray for the best, but you better be prepared for the worst. because it only takes one phone call or one radio key up to have the worst day in your life, okay? And 30 years, I'll tell you, people ask me, what was your worst call? You know, tell us about your worst call. And thankfully, personally, I have a good relationship with God. So after things happen, I kind of tend to give it up, you know, to God. So when people ask me, I kind of really don't remember a lot of the things that happened because it's put away. It's absolutely put away. I remember bits and pieces of stuff, but I'll tell you today, and this is the first time publicly speaking for me about this to anybody, I'll tell you the worst day of my life was Hurricane Ian. So we ended up at Sanibel Police Department. All of our resources leave the island when we have mandatory evacuations. So we moved all the fire equipment, the ambulances, the police equipment, the cars, the boats, everything. And 3 of us ended up going over to leak control, Vortex. And that's where we were going to be stationed for the hurricane, thinking we'd be able to go back. So we sat there. We have city cameras in Sanibel, and we watched the storm as it was starting to come in. And then we watched the waters rise and rise some more and rise some more till they were to the top of some of the stop signs in some areas. And Sanibel's different. You know, our dispatchers, I'll tell you, our dispatchers and our officers, every night at 7 o'clock, the guys come in and we all have dinner together. We're a very close family at the police department. So while we're at the Ortez at the dispatch center, it was Sanibel Police Department, Leak Control, and Lake County Sheriff's Office Communications. And I'll tell you, that group was incredible. They did the best job that could be done, the very best. The calls that we were getting, I'll tell you, and we, for Sanibel, like I said, there was just a couple of us, so we played a very small part in this whole puzzle, but the group of us, collectively, incredible. People were calling. You guys know that after 40 miles an hour that the responders are pulled off of the road. People thought that we were choosing, as 911, we were choosing not to send them help. So that was a hard thing, you know, to make them understand. No, there's not anybody out there. We are the ones. So not only were we the first responders during that time, we were the only responders during that time. I'll tell you, our 911 staff told us that in a matter of 8 hours, we handled over 16,000 calls. So it was traumatic, it was tragic. Some of the folks took advantage of Nicole and going to the other room to be able to talk to somebody, because again, being the ones who provide the help and feeling helpless, it was very trying. Okay, so we got through the storm. A day and a half later, we got through the storm, and then we had to see what was going on with our agencies, with our homes, with everything else. We had heard rumor at Sanibel that, for my little staff, that the causeway fell, and of course the tears start coming. And then we've heard that the lighthouse might have fallen, and again, it's, you know, what the heck is going on? And our first team of officers that were able to get over there, they told us about the causeway, and you know, that it had been collapsed and breached in a couple different locations. And they made it over to the island. And when they got there, of course, it was devastated. But I will tell you that 2 things we wanted to know about. One being our police department, of course, to know our comm center was still there, because in our minds, we were going to be able to go back. You know, somehow we were going to be able to go back and get to work. The comm center was fine, the upstairs was fine, the downstairs got washed out. But our comm center was there, and actually the generator kicked on, which wow, that's amazing. So the next thing, our guys ended up making their way to the East End. And Max Bernier, I'll tell you, it's clear as day. Sanibel, I'm confirming the lighthouse is still standing. So again, the tears are coming, you know. The lighthouse is still standing. So that lighthouse has basically been our beacon throughout this time. So we were obviously not able to come back. We're still actually dispatching with leak control off Ortez. After the storm, you know, I think that after the storm was probably worse than the during the storm, because after the storm is when everybody's calling, trying to find their family, trying to find their friends. The trauma for some people of going through the storm, I'll tell you that with leak control being, you know, just on the other side of the wall from them, and then aside from the leak control dispatchers, you know how when there's something going on, there's officers, law, fire, EMS, they send in additional resources. So for dispatch or telecommunications, we have, it's called TERT, the Telecommunications Emergency Response Team. So, and I would actually, because she is one of my best friends and my mentor, Natalie Duran is here from Miami. She oversees the TERT for the state of Florida. She's been in 911 for, what, 40 years? 40 years she's been in 911 and retired from Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. But Natalie coordinated with 9 different agencies to provide support for emergency dispatchers and 911 operators to come and assist. The room at leak control, again, after the storm, the trauma of the citizens who are calling in, I cannot even tell you how many times, and this is the thing that will stay with me always, how many times I heard leak control, the dispatchers, the 911 medical operators, how many times we heard them say, okay, you're going to start CPR. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know how many times for the whole month after that hurricane, we heard them giving those 911 instructions. The other thing, you guys know that Sanibel, we couldn't get across the bridge for over a month or for a month. So our officers and responders were going over by barge every single day. They were going over, they met, they went over by barge, then they left, the next team came over and stayed there. It was all right, but again, we weren't with our team. And I can't even imagine, and any of you guys in the room, guys, girls, anybody that had to work in those devastated areas, God bless you. God bless you, because that is one of the hardest things. You know, for 911, our biggest sense, of course, is our hearing. But when we hear things, we envision things, and that might sometimes be worse than actually seeing stuff. But having the responders go through what they went through on Sanibel, on Fort Myers Beach, on Pine Island, in our West District area, I mean, that storm was relentless and impacted every community within Lee County, of course, Charlotte County, Sarasota County. But I would say Hurricane Ian, the worst day of my life, and the month after still. We're waiting to go back to our dispatch center out on Sanibel. Hopefully, maybe by May, we should be able to go back. The building they're remediating, and our technology actually got destroyed during the hurricane, so we're still waiting to have everything back up and running. And, you know, I'll tell you, the 911 profession, again, it's not something that everybody can do. When you're in there, we train people. You have to be a decision maker. You have to be able, based on your policies and procedures, you have to make those decisions. During Hurricane Ian, I'll tell you, we were kind of an island unto ourselves in our dispatch area because we didn't have except for speaking on the radio, because there was no cell service, there was no phone service, nothing out on the island. So we were able to talk to our officers over the radio. We were able to talk to the many officers who came from all over the state to help us with that. But we still physically, we're not with our officers. And again, we're very close, we're a very tight family. And we can't wait to get back to the island. And 30 years, even after that, I still love it. And now I'm planning on my next retirement, maybe, no, I don't know, another 10 years or so. So maybe sooner than later, we'll see how things go. But, you know, anybody you guys know, because all of our comm centers in the county, we're all shorthanded. We do have that high turnover rate all the time. And I'll tell you, and what we tell people, if you can be a successful 911 operator, successful dispatcher, you can be anything. You can be absolutely anything. So we've had our folks go into, you know, out on the road and such, all the way up to command staffs and things like that. So we are short. If you guys know any decision makers, send them our way. We'll be happy to take them and teach them all about what we do. So thank you.
I couldn't stay away, sorry. I just wanted to say, I meant to say this earlier, just that, first of all, thank you so much for everything that you do, but also thank you for sharing. That one moment where you said, I've never said this out loud to anyone, right? You being up here and telling your story is the very thing that we need to eliminate the stigma so that people feel like they can say anything that they need to say about the things that you experience, about the things that are difficult. I applaud you, everyone's courage here today who's doing this, that this is the key. This is the crux of moving this movement forward. When you talked about emergency services ceasing at 40 miles an hour, in the middle of the storm at 11 o'clock at night, we were hunkered down EMS in 5 different fallback locations, and I was living inside of the Leaf Light hangar. And they came knocking at my door at 11 o'clock at night. We hadn't resumed emergency services. They were about to send recon teams out to assess and map the community, and they knocked on my door and they said, Nicole, you gotta go to dispatch. And so I was able to spend time, lots of time that night in the middle of the storm before emergency services had resumed with you all in the next coming days. And I just applaud your courage, and this is the key. And we just need to continue to do this more and more and more. And thank you so much for everything you do for all. I am technically wearing our next guest's tactical vest today. Thank you, sir. This is Ryan Biner. This is not right. Officer Community Policing Coordinator for the Fort Myers Police Department. It says that you're from the Sheriff's Office, but you're not. I know you're not. Officer Biner has been in law enforcement for 8 years, 2 years with Lee County Sheriff's in the Corrections Bureau, and 6 years with Fort Myers Police Department. Officer Biner is also a U.S. Army veteran. Officer Biner has spent the last 3 years assigned to the Housing Outreach and Treatment Team, responsible for direct street outreach of homeless individuals and providing housing and mental health services. Let's give a round of applause for Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for making me look like a badass up here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ryan Biner. I'm with the Fort Myers Police Department. Been there about 6 years now on our homeless outreach team or housing outreach and treatment team. Little background about myself. I come from a line of first responders. My grandparents were in the military. My dad and my mom are both paramedics. My dad was also a police officer with Fort Myers for 17 years. Originally from New York. I'm a Mets fan, so anybody who's here that's a baseball fan, I'm used to being sad a lot. So, no, I'm just kidding. But my parents came from a background of first responders, and I always kind of grew up being taught, in a sense, that this is the job, this is what we have to do, and that's it. You suck it up, you go through it, you embrace it, and you move on. my dad was at 9/11, and then when he came down here through a 17-year career, he went through 2 officers being killed. I grew up as a police explorer here too, so I was there for one of them. And again, you know, not much emotion from him. Just suck it up. This is the job we have, and tend to move on. You're here to, you know, you're here to help others. So that's kind of how I grew up myself around. You know, I'm here to help other people. That's what I want to do, and never really thought about the repercussions of not helping myself. In 2018, on Mother's Day, I actually kind of started a spiral of events. I responded to a gentleman who decided to end his life at the Oasis Towers downtown Fort Myers, who decided to hang himself from the 22nd story. However, he did not hang, he fell down all the way. I walked up on him, not realizing where he was, and almost stepped on him, and that was my day. A couple weeks after that, I had my first pediatric who passed away in my hands with her last breath, that I couldn't help. There was nothing we could do. And again, just move on, try to cope with it. A couple weeks after that, I had 3 more. One after the other after the other. After that third one, the way I coped was I went to work. I just went to work. I was in a pretty crappy relationship with a girl at a time. It was psychologically abusive, you know, verbally abusive, but I just went to work, and that's kind of how I coped. And my dad, who was a CPC at the time, who had some overtime, told me, hey dude, you can't come to work. You have to go home. You have to sit down. You have to think about that. You have to just figure it out. And that's the first time that he's actually ever told me that. I was sitting at home on the couch when I got a text message from a good friend of mine that that next day that one of our officers had been shot. And eventually a week later he passed away from his injuries. But I hated myself because I felt like I should have been there for that, even though I know that's not my fault. And now with the coping that I've done, I realize that there's nothing I could have done for that situation, but I absolutely hated myself, and hated that I couldn't be there because I felt like I had something wrong with myself, that I was the problem, and that I didn't know how to act on that. You know, I'm pretty young, I'm 28. I was drinking pretty heavily. I was going out late at night, coming home, continuously drinking until I passed out. And I felt like that was what would help me cope. It took a very long time. I met my wife, my fiance at the time. I went through some more traumatic issues. We all have gone through those bad calls for service. She's actually the one that really helped me out. I got into this unit about 1.5 years ago. I'm sorry, I've been in this unit about 3 years now, but about 1.5 years ago, I was sitting at my desk, and all of a sudden, just these waves of emotion just hit me, and I had my first panic attack at work on duty by myself, and I had no idea what to do with it. We have some good peer support people that I work with who are able to help me, and that was the first time I ever stepped inside of a room and talked to somebody and sat down and said, I need help. And it's been a very long time. 13 therapists later, I'm successfully 3 months into therapy. I found somebody who understands the same stuff that we're going through. And as much as we go through every day on a daily basis, I think the most important thing that maybe, I know we're all sharing our stories today to hopefully help other people who are going through the same situation, but it's the same thing that she's taught me that I've now taught my explorers that we have for the Explorer program at our police department. Why are you here? Like, what is your purpose? And I think my purpose is understanding that not every day is going to go well, and you're not going to feel okay, and that's okay. And being able to talk about that and discuss that with somebody and have things outside of work, even though we have family, our work people are our family, our brothers, our sisters. I work with an amazing group of individuals from Lee County Human Services who are not cops, they're not firefighters, they're, you know, they've been through, they're therapists, they're outreach workers, they're social workers, and those are like my best friends and my absolute family. And I'm so glad that I've been able to connect with them, because it's nice to know that you can have another out besides us as police officers, as firefighters, as EMTs. That's really helped me cope a lot. I picked up skateboarding again, which is crazy because I have a 2-year-old and he wants to skateboard too. So a lot of bruises, mostly on my end, but being able to do something outside of work has helped me a lot. I've stopped, I mean, as much as we live in the world today, we still all gotta do overtime, but I've stopped doing as much overtime. I've tried to disconnect myself from work and focus more on my family, which I think has helped out a lot. Focusing on exercising and dieting has helped out a lot. And I think just being able to say that it's okay to feel the way that you're feeling as long as you know that you're feeling that way. I think that's the first step of being able to, I don't want to say get over it because we're never going to get over it, but to cope. So I appreciate you guys being able to let me say that today. And that's my first time ever saying it in public, so appreciate it.
Next is a very dear friend of mine. This is Steve Herndon, driver engineer of the Cape Coral Fire Department. Steve Herndon has over 16 years with the Cape Coral Fire Department and is currently a driver engineer. He is active with the department's Marine team, where he's a field training officer, public safety diver, and boat operator. We do have scuba diving in common, our love for scuba diving. Steve's journey into mental health and behavioral health started about 7 years ago when he found himself down a path that led him to needing professional help from local and out-of-state resources. After inpatient treatment at the International Association of Firefighters Center for Excellence, Steve became dedicated to helping other firefighters find help with the mental toll that the job can have on them. Steve is a trained peer supporter with the IAFF and has spoken to groups for firefighters and mental health professionals around Southwest Florida. Steve will not tell you this, but Steve is featured in a movie that was written and directed by this wonderful woman out of Sarasota, and it's coming to the Fort Myers Film Festival in May. And so please come and support Steve in this film, as many of you can. Look up the film festival and get out there. It's a beautiful, amazing film about a social worker, which is my trade, inside a firehouse. So it's an amazing film. Come see Steve there. It's incredible. Give it up for Steve.
Hello, I'm Steve Herndon. Like I said, I'm an engineer with the City of Cape Coral. Actually, next month I'll be promoted to lieutenant. So my story on statutory recovery is actually getting better and better as things go on. But I found myself 7 years ago kind of spiraling down, feeling less and less about myself, feeling less and less about work, about wanting to be around. And I wasn't talking to anybody about it. And back then, even though 7 years doesn't sound that long, it wasn't really talked about. And as those feelings kept getting less and less and less, I decided I didn't want to be around anymore. So I had come up with a plan that I was going to go offshore on my boat, do one last big dive, and never come back up. The way I was feeling about myself was I just wanted to disappear. I had no idea where these feelings came from. I thought maybe it was relationship-wise with my wife and I having a not great marriage going at the time. I thought that was it. Had no idea about PTSD or really how the job affects us over time. I had 10 years on then. The only thing I knew about PTSD is like if you go away to war, you get that. The guys responded to 9/11, those big events, like let's talk about earlier, the big T's. I had no idea about how all those little T's affect us over and over and over again for, at that time, 10 years, seeing it every third day. And it wasn't until I was having a fight with my wife one night that I go, no wonder why I want to fucking kill myself. And I left the room. Went out to the living room, completely shut down. She came out, she's like, hey, if you're feeling that way, you need to go talk to somebody. And that was kind of the end of the conversation. I did, I went to talk to somebody, started feeling a little bit better, but still kind of circling, not really understanding what was going on. Got on some medication from my primary doctor. Didn't end up being the right one, so it made me kind of feel foggy. Not really the way you want to be as a driver, as a paramedic for the fire department. So then I decided, it's like, hey, I got to tell the department I can't work anymore. Like I got to go home and see what's going on, because in my head, like, I'm wanting to kill myself. The way I was thinking at the time, it's like, my family will be fine, the kids, they won't even remember me, they're so young. Work, they'll refill my seat, My wife, she'll find somebody new. So went to work, told my crew that morning, like, hey guys, this is what's going on, this is how I'm feeling. I'd like to go home because I'm doing better, I'm working on stuff, I got some meds, but I don't feel right. Crew took it great, they were really surprised by it because I was terrific at hiding it. When I talk about people, it's like I was terrific as firefighter Steve. I'm sorry, I'm going to use, what is it, third person? I'm going to talk about myself. Firefighter Steve, I was great. Captain Steve, I was great. I had a charter company. Scuba Steve, Dad, all those Steves, terrific. But when I get alone, I didn't like just Steve. When I was just me, wasn't doing all these things. So my lieutenant took the information, did exactly what he should do, let the battalion chief know, they let administration know, so like, all right, let's get you home. They didn't really know what to do, so they called PD. PD came and talked to me. I thought I was just talking kind of like a peer thing, and it being evaluated for a Baker Act. And I left the fire station that day in the back of a police car and went to Park Royal. I did. So I'm an alumni of a couple of these tables back here. So I did a 72-hour stay at Park Royal. Wasn't really happy about it at the time because I was like, I've got my people and I'm doing what I'm supposed to be. I'm talking, and now you're taking me away from that and going to strangers because I didn't want to talk in front of people. I didn't want to be around other people. Like I want to be around firefighters. I want to be around my family. But what it did do, looking back on it, is it gave me a safe place to go to so they could figure out what to do with me. And in those 3 days while I was there, they started talking with some other people around the state and finding out that, hey, this may be job related. This might not be just, domestic issues between partners. Let's get him to this new facility up in Maryland that's just for union firefighters, paramedics, and EMTs. So I got out, they started talking about this. I'm like, guys, no. I'm like, we run calls, like, yeah, I've seen bad stuff, I've had fires, but no. They convinced me to go, so begrudgingly, I went to Maryland, I did a 28-day stay at the IFF Center for Excellence. There's a table back there for it. And those 28 days, I learned so much stuff that I'd just been ignoring, not even realizing was a thing, and it wasn't until I got around other firefighters and listening to their stories. People from all the other corners of the country telling the same story. And it gave me a chance to really look back in my career because I was thinking, well, I didn't have these big events, I can't have PTSD. But learning about all these little T's, over those 10 years, all those little calls and how it just chips away. And one thing I found in the calls that I was looking back on is in those 10 years, I felt like I wasn't actually saving anybody. Because any of the cardiac arrests died in the field or died at the hospital later. Anyone I pulled out of structure fires or out of the water as a rescue diver succumbed to their injuries. I wasn't looking at the positives that we do in just the everyday. And while I was up there kind of having that change of thought, not just looking at these big calls, those, the saving the structure, the getting the person back from the Phoenix Award, but looking at what we do day to day and how impactful that is on the citizens we serve, that's what helped me back on duty. So, whether it's the lift assist where they help I fall and I can't get up, the diabetic whose sugar got low, they're in a coma until we give them some sugar and they wake back up. That's incredible what we do for them. But I would just look at it as all right, here's another call. Because it was those big ones I was looking at. So once I got back from there, giving myself the treatment I needed, I started talking to other firefighters at my department, going around to the stations, the different shifts, and letting them know that, hey, I wasn't okay, but there was resources out there to get help. And so since then, talking with them, talking with other departments in the area, got peer support training through the IFF's program. So with that, I've been able to help other firefighters, Southwest Florida, even around the state. Like I said, I've done talkings with, kind of sharing my story in Southwest Florida, with different departments and their new hire programs, talking to them about the stuff they may see and how it's going to affect you. Even out in the state, where when I went through the fire academy, it was talking very little on the bad stuff you're going to see. It might have been a page you're going to see some bad shit, and they flipped the page and went back tactics. Where now they actually are required to have classes on PTSD and mental health along with cancer prevention. So it's been incredible being in the beginning stage of all this stuff that's come through Florida to help the first responders. And I still continue to struggle up and down with my own things over time, but that path I'm going on, while it is going up and down, it's actually rising. I'm doing so much better than I once was. I no longer have my suicidal thoughts. I've actually been sober for over almost 2.5 years now, which is that's probably been more impactful on my day-to-day mentality than anything else. Because even while I got treatment, was on medication, on different things, I would still have my suicidal thoughts every day. It was just I knew how to process through it and say, no, Steve, we're not doing that. We don't want that. I wouldn't ignore it. I would acknowledge it, and I go through it, and then we move on with our day. Now I don't have that stuff anymore. So between the help I was able to get, the helpers that I've been doing since then, has just been incredible. So I don't like to get too much into my story because I could talk all day about how this path of mine has gone up and down. But knowing that there is these resources and that this kind of resources that we have in Florida can come together for a conference like this and are out there for our responders is just incredible. So thank you.
Also a dear friend of mine from EMS, Lee County EMS, Terry Whitaker. He is an EMT. Terry has 18 years in EMS, 16 of which have been with Lee County EMS, where he's accomplished many things like showing up to shift on time and remembering to wear a belt with my uniform. Before EMS, he was a professional sport jouster and stunt performer. He was also a collector of emotional traumas of various types, and through his collection is very eclectic. His focus has been on abandonment and self-loathing. The past several years, he has been in many types of therapy, including traditional talk therapy, couples therapy, CBT, DBT, neurostimulation, meditation, integral breath work, I hope we'll talk about that, ketamine, trauma-focused yoga, and others. He was recently added to the peer support team with Lee County Public Safety in an effort to share his experience and destigmatize mental health among first responders. He continues his education to help himself and others. Please give it up for Terry Whitaker.
Hello, I'm Terry Whitaker. Oh, that's loud. Hello, I'm Terry Whitaker with Lee County EMS, and they gave me a fidget spinner, and so you've got to watch me play with that for the last hour. I would like to thank you for being allowed to come here today and talk. I would like to take a moment to thank Dr. Navega. That's only the second time I've ever called her doctor, because I wasn't even introduced that way. Nicole actually saved my life, straight up, 100%. And it wasn't through her amazing EMDR, which is excellent therapy for trauma, though that did probably get me through several months before I got my final treatment, because she did focus specifically on the problem I had right then, and actually broke protocol with it to do the most immediate trauma that had just happened to me, and not going back because she's brilliant and saw what I needed. But it was actually just simply through all of her experience, the job she had for 8 years before she did this, and her knowledge got me into a facility where otherwise I wouldn't have been allowed in, and got me the treatment I needed to stop my suicidal thoughts. I am not cured of depression, but I get to go about 6 months without depression between ketamine treatments. And I'm going to circle back to this in a second, but I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not going to tell my whole story because you just told 90% of it. It's the same thing. I had a crappy childhood, which led me to wanting to prove my worth to the world by being a first responder. Pretty common thing among the people, those of us that do this for a living. Continued throwing myself into bad situations over and over every time the tones would go off, also reinforcing my low value by saying every time the tones go off, your needs no longer matter, go take care of somebody else. Not the fault of the job, just the way my brain interpreted that. Until I finally got to a low spot where I realized, where I thought the world would be better off without me, and I started making a very reasonable and well thought out list of things to do before I checked out. And I put going to inpatient. And again, Nicole got me into an incredible place called Shatterproof, There was a representative here somewhere, but I think they skated out. The thing I want to talk about while I'm up here, and I have a few minutes, is about two things. One, never shut up about your mental health journey. If you've been on one, tell everybody. I know that's a big thing. I know that's a lot of vulnerability to put out there, and you might lose friends over it, or you might lose, I mean, if you lose a promotion over a job, contact HR, whatever you have to do, but talk about your mental health journey. Talk about your trouble. Talk about what suicide felt like to you, because when I was a kid and I would yell, well, maybe it was better if I never born, I thought that's what suicide was going to feel like that petulant, angry child. It's not what suicide felt like to me. What suicide felt like to me was the very obvious next step in my life. I'm going to put my books away, I'm going to pack everything up, and I'm going to go away, and everyone's life is going to improve. And then I won't be here, and so my life will improve, because I won't have to feel these feelings anymore. Thank God I don't have the genetic component for substance abuse, because I should have been abusing substances, because I have every other marker along the way. I also don't have a problem with substances. I think, to be perfectly honest, we need to destigmatize all that so that we can get more research into it and start getting things. MDMA is coming, as they were talking about earlier. MDMA is going to be life-changing for people that get it. It is going to be the treatment. Ketamine treatment is an amazing treatment for PTSD, but primarily for medication-resistant depression. If you've been on 3 or 4 different meds, or if you know people that have been on 3 or 4 different meds and they're still struggling with depression, or, hey, Lexapro's doing okay, I'm only depressed 4 times a month, talk to them about ketamine treatments. It is not a cure. You do have to go back and get boosters, but it is absolutely life-changing. Once you get it, your medications work better. If you're still on meds, they've asked me to stay on my meds for a year, so I don't know what I'll be like off my Lexapro and off of my Rexulti, but I know for now that they're finally working. Wellbutrin almost killed me, because in the middle of treatment, at a facility, getting 24-hour care, getting supported by fellow firefighters and EMTs, because it was a first responder program, and dispatchers and military and all of this, in a loving, caring environment, I spiraled and almost climbed a tower and jumped off in the middle of all that, and that was because of the reaction I was having to a medication. And it's not that medication's fault. Some people do great on it, but if you've been on 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 medications, and you're still having problems, or you know someone who has, talk to them about ketamine therapy. It's legal in the state. Some of it's covered by insurance, some of it isn't, depending on what route you go. And then there's another thing I want to talk about that we're actually going to be bringing to Lee County. It's called integral breath work. It's different. It's not the breath work breathing that we did this morning, the 4-7-8 or the 3-5-7, depending on which one you're using, or box breathing or triangle breathing. It's not the same as that. Those are all great, and those actually put you in touch with your limbic system and all kinds of cool neuroscience stuff that I love looking up. But integral breath work goes straight to the brainstem, and what it does is it opens up your subconscious. It will not work for you until you're ready. So sometimes you have to do it 2 or 3 times, but when you are ready, your subconscious will open, you will talk to your inner child, you will hug, you will fall in love with yourself, and you will move on. And I say this from personal experience. In my bio, I talked about specializing in collecting self-loathing. I've been an EMT, I've been an EMS, I was in the military. I've done every group that I've ever been a part of. I've worked my way up to being some kind of support position in that group. I was a stuntman for many years. Because of my medical training from the Army, I was the company medic. Every time I joined a stunt team, I would become their medic. I always put myself in a position to prove my value, And at the end of the day, I still felt none of it. I went into integral breath work, and for the first time I was able to tell myself I love me. I can still say it to this day. For the first time in my life, in 52 years, I can say I love me and not feel a rock in my gut about it. So the point I'm making is, if talk therapy isn't working, go to CBT, and if that doesn't work, move on. And if you get all the way up to ketamine and integral breath work and that's still not quite hitting the mark for you, start looking into psilocybins, fly out west. Fly down to South America if you have to, and do ayahuasca if that's what you need to do. Anything you need to do to fix your mental health and to get yourself into a place where you can function and relieve yourself of the depression and anxiety, that is an okay treatment in my book. And I don't mean substance dependence. I'm talking about real life actual treatments that allow you to get through your day like a neuronormative. And sorry about my language here, but it's really bullshit that there are people out there that are neuronormatives. That's not fair. That is absolute cheating, and they should just stop. Or we should tie an anchor to them, give them a little something that they don't get to run around with. I don't have any medical degrees. I am completely self-taught, so all of this is opinion. Talk to the smart people in the room, but that's just what I want to take. And the reason I make the point about the way Nicole saved me was not with the MDR, which was great and did good things for me, but it was through her knowledge and her compassion. She spent 24 hours on the phone with half a dozen people or more, I don't even know, because I was sitting in a parking lot in West Palm Beach crying because I wasn't going to get into the facility that I was told was going to save my life because our insurance didn't cover it. We had the best insurance on this coast of Florida, and it wasn't going to cover my treatment. And I was told that, but then Nicole immediately said, don't worry, we're working on something. This is where I want you. This is where you're going to be, and we're going to figure it out. I then got a call from the director of public safety, who was also helping me, who used to be my lieutenant. If people aren't listening to you, remember, if you run into somebody who says, I tried to make an appointment with a psychiatrist and I can't get in, you can save their life. Listen to them. It doesn't take it. Just listen to people and remind people and remind yourself there is help. No matter what you're going through, no matter what's done, somebody has gone through the same thing and they can help you. So just keep looking for help until you find it. And if you can't find it, then be it. That's all I can say today. And thank you very much for letting me do it.
Next is Sabrina Gordon, Nurse Manager at Health Park Emergency Department, Lee Health. Sabrina Gordon has been a registered nurse with Lee Health for 13 years. She has spent the last 3 years in the nurse manager role at Health Park Emergency Department. Sabrina has a master's in nursing education and is currently working on her MBA in healthcare administration. Very impressive, 2 masters. Sabrina is board certified in emergency nursing and currently pursuing a board certification in nursing leadership. She is passionate about nursing and nursing innovation. Thank you, Sabrina.
My name is Sabrina Gordon and I'm a nurse manager at Health Park Emergency Department. I've been in the ER for total about 10 years. I used to work at KPR before transferring over to Health Park. Never wanted to be an ER nurse. I actually wanted to be an ICU nurse, believe it or not, until I got forced to do my preceptorship in the ER, and I was very sad about it. And then when I got there, I was like, oh, these are my people. We can say the F word in like every 3 sentences. So, I really just enjoyed the energy. I love the fast pace of the ER, and I loved kind of being that next step after the first responders. We're obviously not considered first responders, but we deal with trauma the same, just a little differently. We still have those really bad days and we get those bad cases. And a good example of that was during Hurricane Ian. So I was on Team A and Team B at Health Park, and during the storm, as we were preparing, I worked through Irma, so I figured this is going to be a piece of cake. Irma was nothing. The most, that we had to deal with is people stealing food out of the cafeteria, so we'll be fine. We never expected that we were going to get these huge flooding and that it was going to affect us the way it did. And so as we're sitting there, we're waiting for the storm to come, we're all gathered around this little computer in the nurse's station that we were streaming the weather on. It was our only really communication with the outside. You know, EMS had stopped running, all our doors were shut, so we were boarded up. You couldn't see outside, so we didn't really know what was happening other than what was on the news. And then they started live streaming video from the beach. And we were just like, holy shit, like all the buildings are underwater. How did that happen? You know, it was crazy. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. These are the things you see on like CNN happening in other countries. We could just not even fathom that this was Fort Myers Beach. And it was literally gone. And we were just like, oh my gosh, this is it. This is gonna be something we are not prepared for. And as much as we tried to be prepared for it, we really weren't prepared. We weren't prepared for what was gonna happen afterwards. So, you know, that night, I tried to go to sleep for a little bit. I had been working on several days with very little sleep. And I felt like as soon as I had shut my eyes, by the way, sleeping on an air mattress that's half deflated on a hospital floor that God knows what kind of germs are on it is really not enjoyable, I'll just say that. But I finally was starting to fall asleep, and poor Christina, one of my supervisors right there, came to wake me up. It was like 5 o'clock in the morning. She's like, Sabrina, I'm so sorry, but a boat full of people just pulled up. And I was like, what? I was like, okay, let me grab my stuff, you know, and I tried to get together as soon as possible. I ran out there, and this truck had pulled up with a boat behind it with just filled with people. And we were like, oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? Like, are they okay? Like, how, you know, we weren't expecting this. In Irma, we waited until EMS brought us patients, or until the roads were cleared and people drove here. We didn't realize all the roads were closed. Nobody could get to us. You couldn't even get in and out of Health Park because the trees were down. So this monster truck pulling this boat of people was just something we weren't expecting to see. And it continued like that. That was just the beginning, all day long. People pulling up in, you know, random vehicles with people they just found. And these are people that EMS couldn't get to. And at that moment, you realize what first responders go through, because we were first responders. There was nobody out there to help them. Nobody could get to them. The community members were trying to do the best they can to bring people in, and these people were half dead. They had been on rooftops for hours. They were cold. They had swallowed salt water, so the diarrhea was everywhere. And mind you, our water was off. So if you can imagine what it was like working in a hospital with no running water, diarrhea, the smell was terrible. Anyways, it was just, you know, I personally, you know, as a leader, I was like, I can't let my team go out there by themselves. I have scrubs on. I threw on a pair of hospital scrubs, and I went out and I stood out front and helped drag people out of cars for days. And that's how most of our patients came. And you don't even have time to really process what's going on, because they were coming so fast and so many at one time. You know, you can get overwhelmed very easy in the ER when several people come at one time, because it's not just a triage and then here you go. We have to take care of these people. And our lobby is filled with people that have nowhere to go. And the rooms are filled with people, so what do you do with all these people showing up? And the injuries were pretty horrific. You know, the one that sticks out to me the most, that I still can't get out of my mind, is a patient that thought he was going to drown. Water was coming into his house, so he decided to empty out a gas can to float on, because he was trying to look for some sort of flotation device. And so that gas was in that water, and when he realized that the water was going higher, he went and sat on his sink in his bathroom, and his legs were dangling in the water until he was rescued. When he finally was brought to us, all the skin from his kneecaps to his feet had been completely like melted off. And I have never seen something like that. That was my first experience. I've seen burns, you know, being an ER nurse, we see bones sticking out, we've seen traumatic arrests, but that was the first, like, real life, like, no flesh, just bare legs, you could see muscles and all sorts of stuff, and I was like, wow, and he had no pain. That's how deep these burns were. And knowing that, how are we gonna get him out of here? How are we gonna get him to Tampa? There's no medics running, there's no transport. what are we gonna do for this guy? We don't even have running water. We're outside spraying his legs off with bottles of saline. And to me, like, as a nurse, I felt helpless. This is someone we could have, you know, been able to get out of there quickly under normal circumstances and get him the care he needed. So you kind of feel like a failure. You feel like you have resources, but you can't use them. So you felt very helpless. And it was the same when we had a truck pull up and there was a lady, an older lady, and she was naked. She had been in the water all night. She was cold. I mean, she could barely open her eyes. And, you know, we had found out that she was literally plucked out of the water. She had been floating next to her husband who had died for 12 hours. And she had to sit there and be next to him, knowing she couldn't help him. He was elderly too. And now she's at the hospital, and I'm sure at that moment she probably didn't want to live. But it's just those kind of things you can't get out of your mind. And I didn't realize how the hurricane affected me because I have been really resilient throughout my ER career. I've seen many deaths, pediatric arrests, traumas, drownings, and I've always been able to process it that fine. You know, you think about it, you talk to your peers. I never really had those thoughts that would play over in your head or that you couldn't get them out until this hurricane. It seems to be something that just sticks with me, and it was not so much the injuries or what I saw, but it was the desperate, like the desperateness on people's faces that you couldn't do anything for. I've never felt that helpless as a nurse before, not being able to even feed some of these people that came. We didn't have extra food, and it was hard. So to tell people no or that you don't have a place for them, it was really hard. And it didn't hit me until Lee Health put out a documentary, and I was in the documentary, and as I was taping it was fine. I could talk, everything was normal. So someone was like, hey, your documentary's out, you want to watch it? And I got 2 seconds into it and I started crying. And I'm not a crier, I rarely cry. Like, people say I don't have a heart, my husband will tell you I have no heart. But I literally started bawling and I was like, you can shut it off, I can't watch it. And it was because every single emotion and memory I had came flooding back to me in a way that I couldn't stop. And I don't even know why I was sad. I mean, it was just like opening credits, and it wasn't anything that was really that bad. They were just showing like wind and waves rolling around, and I was losing it. So anyways, the most important part of this is you don't know when these kind of feelings are going to come back to you. You don't know when that trauma is going to sneak up on you and kind of take over you like some of these other guys have talked about. So the most important thing is just reaching out to your peers and being there for each other. I think the strongest support group I've ever had are the people I work with. We've always been close just to the nature of the job we have. And those are the best kind of people for me to talk about my issues or problems. And I'm very open about my mental health issues. I take Paxil. I'm new to that, by the way. If anybody would like to try it, it's really great. But that started because, you know, going through the pandemic again, I think I'm fine. I didn't realize I had mental health issues until I got a teenage driver. And having your 16-year-old go out on the road for the first time by themselves, I had all these intrusive thoughts. Every time I heard a siren, I was like, that's it, my daughter's dead, she got in a car accident, she's a trauma arrest, you know? And I thought those were normal. Those are not normal, so if you feel like that, you probably need help too. So I realized how much that affected me. All the little T's like they were talking about was building up now into my daughter driving, and that was a big T for me. Like, I can't have her driving, this is going to be the end of everything. So I did break down and I went to my doctor. I even canceled my appointment twice, but it did show up. And I told him, I said, hey, I think I might be depressed or something. And he was like, well, tell me why. And I was like, I don't really know, but I think I need something, I need some help. So he put me on Paxil, and that's the only reason I can stand up here and talk today too, by the way, because it's for social anxiety, and I would not have been able to do this before that. But that medicine has helped me a lot. It's helped me learn that it's okay to talk about mental illness and mental health issues, and it's okay to not be okay. And I think the more that we can get that message out, and it's okay to be a medicated, functioning person. It doesn't mean I can't do my job. I'm not a good wife, I'm not a good parent, I'm not a good nurse. Now I'm just better for myself. I'm taking care of myself. I'm super jealous we don't have someone like Nicole. You know, if Lee Health could adopt her too, that would be awesome. We don't really have a lot of resources other than EAP, so that is unfortunate. I would like to see mental health be a little more available for our nursing staff, because we really don't have those type of resources. We don't have someone we can just go to. We do have our fabulous chaplain people, and I see a couple of them back there. They're amazing. And we have things like the REST team, and we do have some peer support, but actually having a licensed medical social worker to come talk to us, especially in the moment, would be amazing. So you guys are super lucky that I have someone like her. And I'm just happy that you guys invited me to come talk about my story today, and hopefully it inspired somebody to talk to somebody or get some help if you need it.
Last but not least, Dr. David Ondrako. Did I get that right? All right. Emergency medicine physician and medical director of inpatient addiction medicine services at Lee Health. Dr. Ondrako has been working for Lee Health for 4 years and works clinically in addition to serving as the medical director of inpatient addiction medicine. He has strong clinical interest in both the treatment of substance use disorders and behavioral health disorders. Thank you so much for being here.
I'm Dave Ondrako. I'm one of the ER doctors at Lee Health. I work at 4 of the campuses. You know, I was just kind of reflecting on this day and listening to everyone's story, and just kind of thinking back on what we all do. And it really, you know, yes, we're all highly trained individuals. We train to do this job. We all went to school. We all did some sort of on-the-job training. But we kind of lose fact of what we do every single day is not normal. What we see every single day is not normal. You know, I think about my own training, and I think about, you know, I can put in chest tubes in a 2-year-old. I can intubate a 90-year-old. I can do CPR till I'm blue in the face. I know exactly what medications to give. And when I think about what kind of training did I get for what I'm going to see and what am I going to experience, and I got none. In medical school, in residency, I can tell you I got none. I was not prepared, other than, here's the daily grind. Go and do your job. I was not prepared for what I was going to have to deal with, personally, emotionally. You know, we talk about mental health, and we say, oh, your mental health. Well, why don't we just say health? Why aren't we talking about our own health? Why is it separate? It shouldn't be. I just like, you know, I'm just listening to everyone's stories, and these are courageous people up here. I'm no different. I have my own story of recovery and my own health, my own mental health. And it, thankfully, for me, I got into recovery before I started doing this job. And so I had tools and I had people surrounding me to help me with some of the stuff that we see. And I was just thinking about some of the stuff that dispatchers hear on the phone, some of the stuff that our police have to deal with when they show up on a scene and they have to take that baby out of the car that's submerged in the canal. Some of the stuff that our EMTs have to cut people out of. And then, you know, we're the end of the line. We're the ones that see the patient when they're finally packaged and brought to us. But each and every single one of us has to deal with what we saw. And it's pretty easy for the public to watch on TV and see some of the stuff that we do. It's on Wink News, you know, you see the thing. But when we're there, it's different. It's different. And, you know, one of the things is there's no amount of training that can prepare us emotionally for this career. Any one of us can kind of suit up and go do the job and do one day. But when you put the suit on every single day, and you do it every single day, inside and out, and we really give our all to take care of the people around us, we kind of forget about ourselves. And I think this particular day has been amazing. Having everyone together and getting all of our organizations together to talk about it has been super helpful for me. Hopefully it's been super helpful for everybody in here. And hopefully it normalizes the conversation. One of the things that we try and work on at Lee Health is reduce stigma. And you'd be surprised. You would think a big healthcare organization, even any of the ones that I've worked at across the country, you would think, you know, stigma on mental health, stigma on addiction would be minimal. It can be worse. It can be worse within the healthcare system. It can be worse within our own organizations. It can be worse among our colleagues. So having these days is really, really helpful to talk about it, to normalize it, and it allows us to put ourselves first. I don't know about you guys, but for me, you know, I've had a lot of, you know, some cases that really stick out in my mind, and really tough ones. And a lot of them are the pediatric ones, the pediatric patients that die despite our best efforts. And you know, something in our training, call it training, what are you supposed to do when it's over? You know what I do? Pick up the next chart, go see the next patient, pick up the next call, go pick up the next patient. Don't really take the time to kind of think about myself and kind of take a moment to realize what just happened. And I think it's important to do that. And actually, this is the one thing in my training that actually has been helpful. I think after a pediatric arrest, I'll bring in the whole team, everybody that we worked on for that patient, because I know it's hard. And I take it home too, and we try and decompress. We try and take a few moments to talk about what went right, what went wrong, and to let people have a safe space to talk about it. I try and do that with all the pediatric arrests that we do. But it's just a small piece of, you know, we have to put ourselves first. And it's been just amazing to hear about everybody's recovery and see that, you know, we don't have to suffer alone. And it really normalizes the conversation. So I'm just honored to be up here. I'm honored to be part of, you know, the whole team, right? So everybody in this room is part of a continuum of a team. And I'm just honored to see the work that you guys do every single day. And I'm proud that Lauren was able to put this together and bring us all together. It's been an awesome day. So I'm looking forward to some questions and the next steps. So thanks.
First of all, this is my favorite part of the conference, because this is not that we don't love education and the brilliant minds that talked to us earlier, but this is the most important piece of it, right? Understanding and hearing people's stories. So thank you so much, everyone, for sharing and for being vulnerable. And as you said, Doc, it's super courageous for people to come up here and do this. I wanted to take a moment and talk about what you just said, though. You said, why do we call it mental health, right? Why don't we just call it health? And I think if you listened deeply to the things that they were saying, one of the common denominators in everyone's story, almost, is this deep feeling that something's wrong with me, right? A lot of times when people show up in my office, they're like, I'm broken, I'm defective, right? Something's broken in me, I'm not the same. And I wanted to just sort of say that that's not true, and that the reactions that you have and the feelings that you had are very normal, because what happens is that when you talk about this issue of mental health, I really want to shift this conversation. I've been trying so hard to shift this conversation to, this is not a mental health issue. This is a physiological reaction to a hijacking of your central nervous system. When you have that kind of a spike in stress hormones, and dips and spikes and dips and spikes and dips and spikes for decades and decades, your central nervous system short circuits like a computer. And when your central nervous system short circuits, you start to see threats where there are no longer threats. And so when you talked about your child driving and you immediately have this reaction of like, oh my gosh, she's dead, right? That sounds not normal to everyone else, but to you guys who have a short-circuited central nervous system, that's a very normal reaction, because we see threats all the time where there aren't threats anymore. And so I want to shift this conversation that it's not a psychological issue, right? It's an issue of repairing and restoring our central nervous system, and that's really what we're talking about here. So thank you all for being vulnerable and sharing your stories. And we're going to do a Q&A. We have two folks. We have, I can't tell, is that Monica? Yep. We have Monica over here with a mic, and we have Hannah in red over here with a mic. And I'm going to introduce you to a moderator, a very famous local celebrity here, who is a retired fire chief from South Trail. He's also leading up the critical incident stress management team here locally, and that is John McMahon. John McMahon is going to come and moderate this Q&A section, and then after we're done, we'll have closing remarks.
Okay, thanks to everybody. Great panel here. I'm not going to go into my story. As Nicole said, I'm part of the CISM team. I've been doing this for 36 years. So hearing the stories that you folks are saying up here, we hear this so many days in and days out of what the folks on the job are going through. And all we're trying to do is get them help. And Nicole said something very important. It's one of the things that our emergency service workers feel is, it's me. It's got to be me. I'm the only one going through this. And it's amazing when I sit during a debriefing or diffusing, I'll say to them, I go, I'm going to tell you right now, when you had that accident with 5 people pinned in and burned to death in the car, I said there was somebody in Maine ran the same call. You're not alone. But the difficult part for emergency service workers is we believe we're alone. Because we're not trained to be out of control. We're trained to be in control. We go, I've been teaching at the academy for 32 years, and all I'm teaching my new students is how to be good firefighters, how to do this, how to do that. We teach them to be the best that they can be. But you said it, Doc. We're not teaching these people on how to handle themselves. And this has been a battle. So I'm glad that we're having the opportunity now to have a dialogue out there, because we didn't have it. You know, we started off on, just begging people to come in and talk because they're afraid to. That's the other one. I think I hear the words multiple times about that stigma. It sucks. And I know why, because there's that vulnerability that we see on the screen that people are not going to come forward. I mean, I worked after I retired, I worked for North Collier Fire Department for 3 years as ops chief. And I was very impressed when I walked in the door that they had a mental health program that was the best I've ever seen. We gave 20 free visits to a mental health clinic. And everybody was excited about doing this. And my chiefs look at me, oh, this is a great thing. I said, Chief, you better be prepared. And even the lady that ran the program, you better be prepared. You're not going to get people knocking on the door. And I'm going to tell you that they were expecting everybody in the department to go forward. And it didn't happen. But if we got 2 people to go, or we got 1 person to walk through that door, that program was a success. And it's now today, and it continues on. So enough about everybody said the thing. So let's talk about any questions. Let's throw questions out there to the panel, any questions you have out there, please. I know you all want to go home. Nothing? Oh, we got one. Oh, there we go. Let's break the ice.
Hi, my name is Jody Kremiller. I'm a mental health navigator at Calisano. I specialize with children hospitalized under the Baker Act. And hearing the 3 gentlemen's stories in the middle, I believe Ryan, Steve, and Terry, I hope I got your names right. How do you feel when you go out on a call that your life experience has affected you when you're dealing with suicidal clients, no matter what age? And is there something as a community we can be doing better when we're approaching them instead of ultimately placing them under a Baker Act?
Thank you. So the first thing whenever somebody says they're suicidal, the first thing I tell them is that I had suicidal ideations. So, because most people that are suicidal believe they're the only people in the world that understand them. And if you're alive, then you've never had suicidal ideations. I know I believe that for a long time, but what I do with them in the back, what I do with all my mental health patients, honestly, anytime somebody's in crisis at all, is I say slow down and be patient and give them as much control as is reasonable under the circumstances, because in all likelihood, this is a person who feels very out of control. And that is probably why they want to take their life. It's a sense of control. It's the one thing they can control. I don't like when I watch, people, Baker Act is a hammer, so, that's the one hammer we have, so everything has to be a nail. Don't love it. We don't have a lot of options. We're working on those in the modern, actually, I met you like 2 years ago, I think. And thank you for what you do, because man, it was a ray of sunshine. Thank you. We don't have a lot of options, but I would say anytime you're dealing with somebody in mental health crisis, slow down, be patient, and at least give them the illusion of control. Don't tell them where to go, don't tell them where to sit. They're going to be fidgety. You can ask them to calm down if they're going to fall off the bed. But if they're not going to fall off the bed, who cares if they're sitting there, in a weird position or upside down or whatever. Let them do that. That's how I handle them. Okay, I have a lieutenant here, but he's not going to say anything. If they start throwing off the belt, the buckles on the stretcher because they can't take them, I will tell them it's a safety issue. I'll inform them calmly, hey, that's to keep you safe, man. But if they say, nope, you know what? Let's get you to the hospital. I'm not going to fight with you about belt buckles. So that's what I would say is just slow down, be patient. And if you can connect with them, if you've had any mental health stuff, the most powerful thing you have is your experience. So even if you haven't been suicidal, but say, if you've been depressed or anxiety or anything where you can connect to them and let them know, I understand what you're going through and I don't think you're broken. That's what I would say.
And to follow up with you, on a life standpoint, my wife actually works at Galasanos, and she completely, 9 times out of 10, there's all the kids that show up there that are under a Baker Act are because they want attention. And I hate saying that, especially from somebody who's had experience in go ahead and saying that we've all had some suicide ideations. It doesn't make you different than anybody else running around. We're still here, we're still alive, but I don't like the Baker Act rules where, oh, I want to kill myself. Great, now I got a free place to stay for 3 days. Absolutely hate that, because we're taking that resource away from somebody that absolutely does need that. I'm in a great position where I don't have to do 40 calls a day like a regular police officer. I can sit there and spend 3 hours with somebody and get to the root of the problem. And I have amazing resources where we have Centerstone Behavioral Health, CPE, who was sitting behind you a little bit ago. They are the mental health people that I rely on. I can get a therapist to somebody and let them talk to them for a few hours. And I know it's Baker Acts are weird in Florida, but there are times where I can, after 4 hours of sitting with somebody or 3 hours of sitting with somebody, and those ideations go away and we make a plan. We don't have to follow that Baker Act route. We don't have to put somebody in handcuffs and put them in the back of the police car and make the matters worse. We can just get them to a therapist or get them to a clinician and get it taken care of. But with the kids, I would look into some of those other things that we have out there, like CPE and Centerstone, because those guys, they're lifesavers when it comes to actually having people who can go out on the street with you and make those hard conversations a lot better.
It's interesting you're saying about with suicide and who's the mental health people out there? Raise your hand so we can. Oh, good. Okay. So the difficult part for what you'll deal with an emergency service worker, I mean, the only time that they'll come forward is when something's going wrong, they're about to get jammed up, or like in Steve's case where he actually stepped forward, but most of the time you're not going to do it. And I will tell you for emergency, I was in the fire service for 48 years, being around those kind of folks, just knowing that folks, when it comes time, they're not going to come forward. And I'm going to tell you, they won't even come forward if they got a bad back or they got a problem, because they're all afraid about losing their job. And that is a big problem. That's the first thing. Why you won't get people to come forward and deal with your mental health services is because they're afraid what's going to happen to them. And this is a problem in our agencies. And I've spoken to many chiefs over the years that we got to educate our people. We got to make a safe environment. We have safe houses. We can bring our little babies in when they need to, but we don't have in firehouses, police stations, or in EMS stations, or even in the hospitals. We don't have a safe place for them. And then the other part, of course, is that stigma in the agencies. When you're dealing with people coming forward, they're going to be embarrassed. I tell folks all the time when I do a stress class, I said it's amazing. If you had 2 employees, one went out with cancer and was treated, and after 6 months came back, and that person was in remission, the agency would embrace them. They probably do fundraisers, and they would bring them back in fanfare, and the press would be there as they brought this firefighter that battled cancer. And the next day, a person that tried to kill himself has to come back on the job. Are they going to get the same fanfare? It's not going to happen. If anything, they're going to be made fun of. I can tell you from experience when I dealt with a gentleman on my old job. And all we had was people saying, I don't want to work with them anymore. So we got to reduce that. Anybody else? Any other questions?
I am Carol with Celadon Mental Health. I've heard from some Vietnam veterans. They're afraid to report the PTSD because they're afraid their weapons will be taken from them. Is this something that's going on now, or has that been addressed at all?
So when it comes to a Baker Act assessment, if someone is Baker Acted, we enter what's called a risk protection order. And what a risk protection order is essentially an investigation. We immediately, when we Baker Act somebody, the questions are, do you have any weapons inside the house? That includes knives, guns. We've taken crossbows, bow and arrows, things like that. A risk protection order is completed, which goes in front of a judge, and if the judge deems that that individual should not have those weapons, then the judge is going to order them not to have those weapons. However, when it comes to things like PTSD, if you're not Baker Act criteria, we're not doing that risk protection order. If you can go in front of somebody and say, I need help, this is what I've got going on, and this is who I've been, and this is what I need, you can talk to a clinician, you can talk to a therapist, you can get diagnosed, you can get your medication, and you can still keep your weapons. And especially, a lot of veterans that I've met in this career and on the street are all the same way, you know, and it's the same for me. I didn't want to tell anybody about any of this. I didn't want them to take my gun away. I wanted to be a cop for 20 years, retire, you know, but I can't do that if I'm not doing the things for myself, and I think they need to understand the same thing. So, yes, it can be taken away, but if you're not doing it as a Baker Act, if you're just going out there saying, hey, I need help, this is what I have going on, they're not going to get their weapons taken away.
Thank you. Education is the key. This is how we're going to be successful in beating this problem, is we have to educate. And it's been very difficult. Like I said, I speak on the fire side, we spend enough time and energy training our people to be the best that they can be. And of course, the mental health is the aspect that we don't train well enough. And we're finally getting to do that. Anybody else? Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So you had mentioned one of the comments about kids and coming in as a Baker Act, or under a Baker Act, because for attention. I work in the pediatric ICU, and we're all from Golisano and Stable. And I will say that kids coming in have really struggled with mental health. My own son, for example, we lost everything in the hurricane, so we don't have a safe place for them. I have 4 kids, and he's not doing it for attention. He's sad, he lost everything. And a lot of our kids have. And, sorry. I don't think they're coming for attention. They need help. My son needs help. We're all struggling, and there's a lot of stigma with kids and adults, everything within mental health, but we don't have the tools and the services for kids as much. My son needing an appointment, he had 400 kids in front of him, you know. Thank God I know people, because I got him in as soon as I could because I work in the healthcare system, but our kids are struggling. And it's not just from loss. COVID, when COVID hit, I mean, we had 37 Baker Acts in one weekend. I say Baker Acts, kids under a Baker Act. It's not even fair for me to say it that way, but our kids are struggling through everything. Nothing has been normal for the last 3 years. Birthday parties, couldn't even have those for 2 years. So maybe yes, some are attention seeking as adults are, but our kids are definitely struggling. So I just wanted to put that out there because I felt anxious about it because I'm living it. So thanks.
And I apologize 100% for not for saying it the way that I said. 100%. I agree with you that there are kids out here through COVID, through domestic violence situations, through religious things that aren't able to get the mental health that they deserve. And there are kids, and I said the same thing with adults, that abuse that system, that they just want to get away for a couple days, and they know that they say that I want to kill myself or I want to kill somebody else. And that goes back to where I absolutely can't stand when somebody utilizes that when there's another person out there that needs attention, or not attention, that needs that help. So I'm sorry because I'm sad. I didn't mean to make you feel that way or anything. And I really hope that everybody gets the help that they need. So, but yeah, not everybody needs it, and that's another stigma, right? That they're just calling for attention. They just want attention, but. There are cases out there that we go through every day that, we walk up to them, hey, how you doing today? Oh, I want to kill myself. There's a gentleman by the name of Irving Howard. He's a very well-known person in the city of Fort Myers. He does that every single time you walk up to him. I want to kill myself. And then he goes to Park Royal, Salis Care, and then he goes to jail. And utilizing those resources, taking those 3 or 4 hours that we have to do to get him to the station, get them to get the Baker Act paperwork, the reports, and stuff like that could be utilized for somebody who actually needs the help. So.
Anybody else?
Yes, I just wanted to find out a little bit about something called mental health co-responders. I found out this week that I know in Texas they have that, and it seems to help a lot to manage the sorting through patients who aren't truly or do not need to be on a Baker Act order and to be placed in a facility, but at least being able to provide the treatment and to get the proper resources that they need. Do we have something like that here?
Okay. So in the sense of we don't really have that work through. Like I was explaining earlier, we have Center of Progress and Excellence here, and then we have another organization named Centerstone Behavioral Health. Those are two of the people that we work with day in and day out that actually have clinicians and therapists who are able to work with somebody at that level. I'm going to be honest, if a law enforcement officer who's not trained specifically, like some of us are going to go to a call and someone is, the major questions we ask: do you want to hurt yourself? Do you want to hurt anybody else? That is the two questions that any law enforcement officer is going to walk up and ask somebody. If they say yes to one of those, or somebody or mom and dad or brother and sister go, oh, well, he said this, and they show us text messages, we're going to initiate a Baker Act. Unfortunately, it's very loose around here in Florida. It is very, very easy to Baker Act somebody, which I don't feel is appropriate. I think there should be a lot more to it, but unfortunately at this moment there's not a lot more that we have, and I really hope that sometime in the future we can fix that.
Do we have a social services from Lee Health here anywhere out in the audience? Can I ask you a question? So when we bring someone in who doesn't need to be Baker Acted but is possibly in crisis or is asking for help, because we get that all the time, someone that falls between these two things, I tell them all the time, I'll talk to social services. I don't know what happens from there. What can I do on my ambulance? Is there a card I can carry? Is there something I can do to turn somebody on who is in crisis but doesn't need to be Baker Acted?
Yeah, so I'm newer to Lee Health. I'm 6 months in, but I'm over behavioral health. So I can speak a little bit to my vantage point thus far. But we have a team inpatient, nurses and psychiatrists that, regardless of that Baker Act status, if they come in for that, are going to do a triage to identify what the need is. But then, to the point earlier, it's finding the resources in the community to be able to get somebody to the next step, right? Which, early vantage point is pretty limited, and they have to be open to do so. So if it's a pediatric, that is either gonna go to Salus Care or Tampa or Suncoast, it's finding a bed for them and getting them that treatment, and adult, the same thing. But Baker Act isn't the only requirement for getting people the services they need. It just seems unfortunate that it's the main point of entry for a lot of people into our system. So it's just really resource efficient. We can get cards, but we have to make sure that people have beds and openings and levels of care to get patients the treatment they need.
Question?
Hi, no more of a statement. Hi, I'm Heather. I'm from the Center for Progress and Excellence, and I want to talk a little bit about our mobile crisis response teams. First of all, we're free. We are 24 hours, 7 days a week. We are funded through Central Florida Behavioral Health Network. We are a voluntary service. We have phone lines that are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That our calls are dispatched through master clinicians and licensed therapists. So if you are out on a call and somebody has a crisis or mental health, we have lots of cards and brochures where you can say, hey, if you're feeling down or if you feel like you need to talk to somebody, call this number. They can call anytime, any day of the week, holidays, anything. We love to get the call. We love for local police departments to reach out to us. We know that the Baker Acts are very loose here in Lee County, and we also know that there can be more trauma induced when a kid is Baker acted versus calling a clinician to the scene. So we're really trying to work closer, especially with Fort Myers Police Department, Lee County Sheriff's Department, and not being so loose on Baker acting. We know it's a policy with Lee County Sheriff's Department, but mental health is not black or white. And so we need to really look at those policies and for the well-being of the individual. So we do get calls from Fort Myers Police Department where we do go on the scene. They are there, obviously, and stay and assist, but we do currently have an 89% diversion Baker Act rate. So we are very successful, and I'm very fortunate to have the team that I do. We have been going around doing some talks and doing some data gathering and trying to even bridge that gap between people that are already in mental health counseling. We know that mental health counseling is not just once a week or once a month and you have your outpatient session. We know where there are some times when things come up between those sessions. So us being able to even bridge that gap by saying, hey, we have the Center for Progress and Excellence. If you would like to give them a call, they are a free service. They have licensed and master clinicians that can talk and then, coordinate that care with whoever they see ongoing. So we are very fortunate. Again, we are a free service and we are 24 hours a day. I think it's the South Trail, South Trail Fort Myers Fire Department. I've tried to be in contact with them a couple times. There was a homeless individual that actually showed up at the fire department, wanted to kill himself. Instead, the fire department called the county sheriff's office, which historically that's what we do, 911. So we're trying to get that stigma changed, that we can dispatch. We do dispatch. We are readily available, and sometimes we will call law enforcement to accompany us if we think there's any threat there. We work with children. We work with adults. It is voluntary, so sometimes we'll get a call and they'll say, hey, my sister needs you to call her because she's threatening to kill herself. The sister would have to be the one to call. The other angle is the child. If the child is in need, obviously the parental consent. So one of the things that we, Shana, who's here, my clinical coordinator, we have a MOU with Lee County School. And one of the things that we're going to try this summer is before they leave school, trying to really get our information, our phone numbers, to really sell it that, hey, if your child has behavioral issues over the summer or they're feeling low and depressed, they can call us instead of 911. Again, we also have wraparound services. We have case managers, so once we do divert that Baker Act, each client is given a case manager that actually works that case. So any barriers that are identified during that psychosocial assessment, the case manager then works for that client in getting them services set up for outpatient, getting them a pharmacy that takes their insurance, whatever they need. And then we also provide peer support specialists. So then the peers will go in the home as well and not only work with the child, but work with the family as a whole component. Yes. Yes, we also have a psychiatrist on staff. Thank you for bringing that up. One of the things that we have found is that calls come in and sometimes the reason that they reach their low is because they haven't been able to get in to a psychiatrist for 2 or 3 months to get their prescription filled, or they need to get back on their medicine. So he serves as that emergency psychiatrist to do telehealth, to get them back on their medication until they see their regularly scheduled psychiatrist in 2 or 3 months, including children, age 0 to 200. Yeah. The Center for Progress and Excellence. Yes, yes, they do. We have some on us today. If you guys would like any. Yeah. Any other questions for me? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, gentlemen.
Yeah, I have it's more of a generalized question, I guess, for anybody sitting on the stage, and it's kind of a two-prong. Obviously, fear is a big factor when it comes to self-reflection on any specific scenario that anybody goes through. So the two-prong question, since you did mention administration is also a fear factor for when anybody, one, speaks up because you don't know where your career is going to go. So there's that element of fear in addition to your peers. So I appreciate all of you for coming up and speaking today. A lot of courage, and obviously that is definitely something we need to continue to do. In general, and you can all speak on this, I'm just curious to see how your administration is with the support that they have provided you, and how your peers now see you in general. Not your specific groups which you guys go to, but in general from an organizational standpoint, because I think we have to break the culture and change culture and break the mold. So I'm just curious how your agencies now perceive the whole peer support and mental health.
Great questions. So I can only speak for my agency and then even a couple other fire departments in the county, but for me in Cape Coral, well, I said, my department did end up calling PD and I was Baker acted. I was amazed at the support I got. Back then, 7 years ago, they did, when I went away for treatment when I was on light duty, which was a great thing afforded to me that I did on light duty instead of having to burn my own vacation time. They said, oh, he's got some blood pressure issues, that's really the story. That's when I came back and it's like, no, let's talk about this stuff, guys. And, since then, my administration has been very open with mental health, with bringing people in to talk to our members, getting peer support trained people on the department to talk to people, so hopefully you can get them helping them before they get into crisis. Like was said before, you're always going to have some of the people are just like, nope, not going to work with him. That dude's nuts, I'm never going to work with him ever again. That's all right, that's their thing. That makes them kind of, not my kind of person. And most of those people are somebody that I would probably never work with anyways. But, different shifts, specialty teams, things like that. It's like, well, that's not going to work for us anyways. I'm a diver, you're a hazmat guy. It's not going to happen. But, since my stuff started and being vocal about it, like I said, even my ups and downs, I still have a crew to work with. I still haven't had anybody get up from the table at the beginning of the show and be like, nope, I'm not working with that guy. And the best thing that I can do is continue to be open about my stuff and continue to grow with it. And that way other people can be like, yeah, all right, he went through that stuff, but let's look at him now. So like I said, for me, administration, when I went through my issue, was extremely supportive. Same with the people that needed to reach out and go get help since then. And then, the guys and girls I work with have all been very supportive. It was probably more my ego thinking, oh, I can't tell these people, than it was them making me feel that way. Because once I actually reached out and said, hey man, something's going on, actually the first person I told was a Cape Coral police officer. when he came to my door, because the doctor's office I called to get medication, I told them what was going on. They sent somebody for a welfare check on me. So the first guy I actually had to tell wasn't a fireman, it was a cop. And it was actually somebody who went to the police academy while I was going to the fire academy. A long time ago, I'd actually dated his sister. But the concern and care I saw in that dude's eyes made me understand it's okay to talk about this. So it was okay to go to my crew and tell them what was going on. So for somebody that I barely knew to see that kind of concern, like that's what like opened me up, checked the ego and said, no, I gotta get help.
As far as the, I feel like my peers, I've been very open about being on medication and having problems with public speaking, anxiety, depression through COVID. And I have not had, even people that aren't my friends but I work with, even as a leader, I'm open about those things because I want them to know that if they have the same issue, they can come talk to me too and I'll understand. And I'm not this person that sits in an office and doesn't have problems. I'm just like them. I suffer the same things, going through the same stuff. It just looks different sometimes. And I've had a lot of my coworkers actually then come up later and say, hey, thank you for talking about that. I actually went to my doctor and I talked about getting on medicine because I need help too. And to me, that makes it worth it. Even if somebody were to come up and say, oh, she's freaking crazy. I can't believe she's our boss. I don't care. If it helps one person get the help they need, I'll tell everybody. It doesn't bother me. I'm strong enough with my self-esteem and where I'm at that I know that no matter what they say anyways, and my medications, they make me feel invisible. They can't hurt my feelings. So.
The interesting thing about you're saying administration, and it's a very difficult subject. Like I said, your agencies are spending all the time of how to get their budgets through, how to get their legislative acts, how to get the tactical operations and everything to run the fire department, the police, and PMS. And it is amazing. I've had an opportunity to be called to a firehouse, and the chief would say, "Hey, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with this person." And I look at him and I'm saying, "Well, what would you do if he was having a heart attack?" "Oh, I do all these things." I said, "What's the difference?" So when we there's that stigma. They're afraid. What is it going to cost me? So what's it going to cost me if I got to put this person in? Well, if you don't get them the help now, it's going to cost you in the long run. Because we're losing valued employees. Whether they're losing them to drugs, alcohol, performance issues, definitely, I was telling folks, you start up here and now you're down here. And we as agencies have to do a better job. We have to educate. That's unfortunately how many agencies are represented here today. That's sad, because they need to get the word out that our employees need, as I said earlier, that safe place. And until administration looks at it, and I say sometimes I talk to chiefs that say, well, look at how much it's going to cost you. That's when they look up, oh yeah, that's right, it's going to cost me a lot of money. That's not what we're looking for. We got to put a humanistic side back on this job. All we're doing is teaching our people to do this, here's your protocols, boom, boom, boom. And they're going to do it to the best of their ability because that's what we train them to do. But we got to get back to the humanistic side, and that's something that I think administration, stop looking at it as a stigma, stop looking at it, could it be a possible disciplinary action? I love that one. Of course it's going to be. If you don't stop it, it's going to be that problem. Anybody else? Yes, good.
Hi, my name is Ami Lee. I'm with Capacity Path Mental Health and Resilience, and wow, thank you completely from the depth of the heart of all responders everywhere who may get the chance to see the video of the courage and the strength of each of you sharing your stories. Huge shout out to Lauren and Nicole for putting you all together, because the high stress of your mixed professions and the interwovenness of it is really what I feel like everyone in America is aching to understand right now, right? We'll put you on pedestals, but we don't actually want your humanity. So just your trailblazing, I guess, is what I just want to shout out. And Nicole's comments on neurobiology, yes, I think that's where we go. But I have a question for you all as trailblazers. I think one thing you just said spoke to it. Peer support is kind of the song everyone is singing across your professions. And yet, when I work one-on-one with people in your professions, what I hear, and Nicole and I have talked about this too, is, well, I'm not actually going to talk to someone I work with or in my agency. Whether they get an MSW or not, there's still somebody I worked with or for. I'm getting more and more curious about cross-agency peer support, where you said you spoke to a police officer and his compassion was perhaps more helpful to you than your actual colleagues. Could you speak to what, from your experience, might be the most optimal form of peer support that could really make a difference instead of us just following, patterns from the 90s and 20 years ago? What would work best now?
I could speak for being a part of the CISM. For you folks that do not know, we used to be the Tri-County, changed that, now the City Critical Distress of Southwest Florida because we don't stay in Lee County anymore. One of the successes of our program, and we started in 1987, is that our job is to come in, we're anonymous. We're not attached to any agency. If a fire chief comes up to us and says, hey, what did the person say in there? I have no idea. We have the best case of amnesia. We will never divulge that information. And that's part of that whole process is, and you're right, one of the problems is going in and, well, am I going to speak to somebody I know? It's critical when I teach peer support, and one of the things, when you put people on that team, they have to know about confidentiality. You got to know that person. We even ask in our CISM or people that work with this individual, do folks trust them? But getting back, what we do in the CIS, and we work together with peer support. Critical incident stress, for you folks don't understand, is critical incident stress is incident driven. We're in 96 hours. That's our time frame. We only have 96 hours with the person. We come in, we do our diffusings, help them get through the process. Then if we need to, we bring in our mental health and our peers. And those folks are the ones that sit down. And of course, they're not from your same agency. So there are many times that we go in there and I will tell you that is a blessing at times because these folks, especially if it's an operational issue, they don't want to talk. Because if it gets back to their bosses, and that's a problem. Now, peer support, again, it's a great program. What we try to encourage is that when we're done, then we hand them over to the peer support people. Because that's long-term. We know that. We're not there to do long-term. And that's the critical. That's why we develop that partnership between peer support and CISM, that person's never going to be alone. So the good part is when they go back into the peer support side, that's the person that you know, that's the person that you've been around for a long time, and you can confide. Anybody else?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm on CISM team and trained and in CISM teams on different counties, so I get it. And you'll probably relate with this. CISM debriefings and diffusings get a little less utilized than they maybe used to be. And then interagency peer support, it's like kind of like those 20 counseling sessions you talked about. Seems great, and then thanks Jeff Mitchell, George Waverly, it starts to wane. And something else becomes more interesting. Like I know a young nurse who's been a nurse influencer who's on the influencer channel, and she's getting all these private messages on Instagram, and that's how she's supporting everyone at Gulf Coast and at Lee Memorial is, her direct messages on Instagram. So I'm wondering what the next generation might find really compelling so we can solve it where it's headed, and take those amazing models that have been built and keep building them for the next gen.
Well, the good part, first off, on the CISM side, and I can speak, we're not stopping. I got a couple, one of our other peers, members of the team is here. We still do 60 diffusings a year. We still do 20 debriefings, and multiple. It's never ending. Now, one of the blessings that, hopefully to answer that question for you, one of the blessings that we have is it's a different emergency service than it was. I started in 1973, completely different. And the fact is that we are here today, what you're doing, that we have now agencies are utilizing their EAPs, utilizing like folks like Nicole and having them embedded in their agencies. Didn't have that, wouldn't have that. It would never work back in the day. I tell you right now, it never would have worked. So the best part is the fact that we're educating our students, our new employees that are coming through with mental health. They're getting a better understanding as they're coming into the job. Hey, this is not what it's all cracked up to be. This is a dangerous situation, but you know what the danger is going to be. Every cop knows the danger, every firefighter and every medic knows the danger of coming into work every day. But what, as we said so many times here, up here. So as long as we keep doing what we're doing here today, as long as agencies put that same level of responsive training here and mental health at the same level, it's gonna take a long time. We've got a lot of people out there on our job that are sick. They need help. But we've got to get them to come forward. And that's the big challenge. That's the newest thing. I think it's great that we have so many people looking into the mental health aspect of this job and the dangers of what's happening with PTSD. But we still haven't scratched that surface on how to get them to come out. And it's going to still take time. Somebody said it this morning. We love change, but we hate change. And that's the big thing. Anybody else?
Can I add to that? Also, for me, we're working on a regional peer support team. So for us, we have 5 different law enforcement agencies working together, and all of those agencies we've opened up and say, we understand you don't want to talk to a coworker, but you want to talk to an officer. Here's a list of people that you can talk to that works in this area and understands what you're doing. So another thing that we're working on too is also getting with other agencies' peer support groups, and we all work together so that way we can share the information.
They're doing that in Alabama too, a lot of cross-county. That's great.
As a pure peer support thing, because I'm doing this on my own, I run a mental health stream on Twitch once a week. As a community, it's set up as, I come on with a subject to talk about so that I don't have 2 hours of dead air, but I open it up to the community first before I even introduce my subject, and let them talk about whatever's going on in their week. And sometimes it's, we had a guy come in the other day and say he almost picked up because his friend killed himself, and we talked to him for 2 hours. And then he called me later that night and said, I didn't pick up today, thanks. I have a mental health Discord attached to that stream, so people can come in anytime. We dump resources there. A lot of the phone numbers I picked up here today are going in there. An idea I got while talking to my lieutenant earlier is I'm going to set up a Lee County server on Discord, and I'm going to put about 20 different chat rooms in it. Some are going to be EMTs only, some are going to be paramedics only. There's going to be general chats where you can mix it up. There's going to be, if you want to just dump funny memes, that way the funny memes don't end up burying the, I had a really crappy shift. If you need to kvetch about something going on. And also, the lieutenants will be able to come in some rooms they'll be able to see, other rooms they won't. Captains can come in, some rooms they can see, some rooms they won't, because we want them to know that they're safe and they can say anything they want here. And I'm also going to talk to our union rep and see if we have anything in writing that makes sure that anything that gets said on the Discord cannot and will not show up in a review if a white shirt sneaks into a room they're not supposed to be in. And again, like I said in my intro, never shut the fuck up about your mental health journey is just the way that I handle it, because I went away for 2 months. I was noticed that I was gone for 2 months, which I didn't expect really, but apparently people noticed. And then I came back and I'm doing my job and I didn't get fired. That's a pretty big thing, and now people come and go, what happened? And I tell them that Nicole helped get me into treatment, and I tell them that you know, I got support from the department from the get-go. As a matter of fact, so much support I wouldn't be alive without it. And so now they're like, all right, well crap, I want to go over to West Palm and take a couple of months off. And I'm like, yeah, go do it. You know, so that's what I see as the future, is just, if we're going to peer support, let's peer support and get all over it.
And to follow up with the social media stuff, I met a bunch of other cops First and foremost, I think peer support saved me more than anything else. I was actually super scared to go to EAP. I didn't want to go to EAP at all. I didn't want to talk to an actual clinician or anybody who like remotely could tell me that they're going to take me away, you know? So I started talking to a friend of mine who works for Cape Coral, and then we make memes on Instagram, and we ended up, you know, we have other friends from other parts of the country who also make police memes and fire memes and stuff, and it all turned out that about a year ago we now do a anonymous Zoom meeting. We never put on the camera, but we're all there and we talk about our problems, and it actually has worked out really well for a lot of us. We've got some dudes out in Washington. Most of us are up on the East Coast all the way up to like Massachusetts, New York. There's about 60 of us now, so it's been a blessing to be able to talk to other people. It's funny because we talk to each other about the problems and we make jokes about it, and that's kind of like our dark humor sense of how we fix things. But in reality, there's a lot of us out there hurting, and we'll talk to each other, but we won't talk to clinicians, and I think that's the next step. So.
And then for Hurricane Ian, just from that incident, I'll tell you, Lee County Public Safety is huge, huge in mental health support. And during the 2 days that we were there dealing with the hurricane and stuff, I'll tell you, with Nicole being there and providing help for us, and Natalie also scheduled peer support groups to come in. So we had people from Miami-Dade coming over to us and everything and helping, because I'm here to tell you the tragedy that was in that room, in that comm center for those hours, it was just immense. So to be able to talk to our peer support people that we didn't necessarily know, it was hugely helpful. So it was a very good thing.
Getting back to finish your answer, and you've just heard it up here, which is a great thing to hear, is that they had the support of the agency. And you can't do this without the support. One of the things I was blessed when I was working with North Collier, Eloy Ricardo, some of you might know him. When I first got there and they told me about this mental health program, I knew they got it. I mean, I've been fighting for years with these agencies. But the best part I loved about it was that, and he told everybody, if you're just not making it, and it's just not happening, we'll get you help. You got your 20 visits, we'll do it. He's taken people off the line and gave them jobs. Something other than that where they couldn't cope. And they gave them something that they still could be productive. And if you want to have a successful program, it starts at the top. That's how we got to get to our agencies. That's how we have to meet with our bosses, not to berate them and not tell them they don't know, they don't get it. They don't understand. So when you get that buy-in, everything can fall into place. Now, I'm going to look on the other side too. We understand something, folks. No matter how well we do our job, it still may not be good enough. You know, unless the only way that the success of emergency service workers getting help is if they want help. That's the key. And we got to have it available. Anybody else? Any other questions?
I don't really have a question, but I want to commend our community because I think of Hurricane Ian, what you guys shared about the hurricane. I'm one of the chaplains in the system, and so Charles is our Golisano chaplain. And one thing that we've become really passionate about is helping our fellow employees. REST is actually becoming peer support. It's changing names within the system, and we're working on having volunteers called spiritual care ambassadors that can help come into a situation and help. And I know that we struggle with building rapport with employees, and then when sometimes we do offer private support one-on-one, people are hesitant to come talk to us. But one thing I really saw shift with the hurricane was just asking people if they're okay became an acceptable question. Not how are you, and everybody would just say, oh, I'm fine. People actually stop and answer the question now, and I think it's kind of awakened people to the importance of recognizing each other's mental health. And I really do think that was because of we went through this horrible trauma together, but I really see that people are really aware right now of helping each other. And so the question is, how do we really accomplish that? And we have CISR within our hospital system, critical incident stress response, but we also wonder if people utilize it as much as we could. Are people really taking advantage of the debriefings and the diffusings so that we can really talk things through? So I hope that we can do that, and if you have any suggestions about how we can really help people more, we really want to, and we know in the spiritual services department there aren't a lot of us, and we really are more referral based within our system. If it appears on a list, we go see those people. And as we go to see our patients, we encounter each other and we really try to ask how people are doing. But will they really open up to us and take advantage of that time if they want to, or tell us more? They don't always, because they are so focused on patient care and they are so resilient at serving others. But we would like to know how we can serve them even better.
So when it comes to peer support, and this kind of goes with your question and statement and the last one, the best thing to get buy-in or get people to really want to use it is having people in it that have been in the situation before. So like if you're going through a divorce, you don't want to hear from somebody who's never been through a divorce on what to do. Including when it comes to, I know fire, I'm guessing EMS and PD are the same way. Like, we want to talk to our own people who've done it before. So it kind of makes me think of, the story of the dude in the hole. I think this was it's a military kind of a meme, but this guy's got himself in a hole. The boss walks by and is like, hey, you better get out of that hole. And then he moves on. Supervisor comes by and is like, oh, you're in a hole. Well, here's some shovel and some equipment. Get yourself out. Where peer support comes in is that's the guy that walks by and like jumps down in that hole and says, hey man, I've been in this hole before. This is how we get you out of it. So it's getting the people on your peer support, or your team is kind of working in the peer support that have been in these situations before. Like I'm guessing hospital-wise, somebody that works in the emergency room doesn't want to talk to somebody that works up on like a gen med floor and doesn't deal with things kind of crashing right through the door. Just like us with fire, like I don't want to hear your story if it's not like mine. Like when we would get people coming to talk to us and they might have a PD background. You're like, all right, well, they're PD, it's kind of similar, I'll listen to it. Same kind of thing with, a clinician comes in and talks about it. They've got experience working with firefighters, they may have done some stuff, may have a background in it, which is even better. But when you get the people that come and talk to you that have been there and kind of been in your trenches, that's how you get buy-in for people to really listen, to want to go like, hey, I'm going through this. Do you have a peer support that kind of goes to that? Or, I'm reaching out for help, and they're like, hey, you know what? What's going on with you? I got somebody you need to talk to. And that's really kind of, peer support is really referral-based. Like, I get calls from people like, hey, do you mind talking to so-and-so? Sure, give my number. And then it's kind of up to them on calling them. And if they don't want to call, all right, see if they're right if I give them a call. And then we can kind of go through and see what trench they're going through and how do we get them out of it.
The key for you, your agency, is two things. One, the folks know what services are available, and that is an ongoing every day. Second thing is trust. That's two or three things. But such trust and safety. They got to know that whatever they talk about is not going to go anywhere. And I can speak on behalf of emergency service workers. We are not trustful people because it's just not going to happen. I mean, we see a lot in our lives, we deal with a lot in our lives, and we have to have a safe place. And that is critical, that the folks are going to know that whatever I say to you is going to stay with you. Because the first time that is breached, you'll never get it back. It's going to take a long time. And that's where, again, selling back to agencies on how to make a successful program is have a safe program. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
So I was actually going to ask about debriefing, which I know in the first responder world it's kind of controversial, although I can see where it's really important, but a lot of people don't want to participate in it because, to your point of what you just said, you know that it needs to stay in a safe place. So I think that the whole peer support thing is fantastic. But I'd be curious as to what you guys feel about mandatory debriefing after the small T's, the big T's, and then what about like preventative maintenance? Like if you guys built a bond within your agency or small groups with a good therapist, like Nicole, and they did check-ins, say monthly, quarterly, whatever, and not just for face value when your supervisor says, hey, I just want to do my monthly check-in with you, which then we know can get pushed off. And then also in addition, like, what, like this, I'm kind of going to pick on you in the emergency department, but like, what do the hospitals do for you? Like, do you have, like massage chairs with your lavender oils that they have set up at the hospital? What do they do to help you with self-care? And I think that that's important for all of us. What are our agencies doing for us for self-care to help us along the way? That's all, that's my little soapbox and question.
Just real quick before I pass it down to the hospital folks, as far as us for a debriefing, in 36 years, we've done one debriefing that was mandatory. And it was the worst debriefing we had because we spent an hour discussing why management sucks and why they forced them to come. Even though I had to keep telling the guys, which I knew, hey, listen, you're getting overtime, stop whining and complaining. But the fact of the matter, in fact, when we were in Oklahoma, after the bombing, our team was tasked to go out there. And the woman that was running the central district for the state attorney, United States attorneys, wanted to mandate her employees, and we said no, because they get angry. They're blind and they're focused. And I will tell you, they went push back. They threatened with everything. These are lawyers. And the sad part about it is 2 weeks later when they brought the buildings down, all of them had issues. They wish we'd try to bring them to come in voluntary, but that's our success. We don't force anybody to be there. In fact, when they're in a debriefing, we don't force you to talk. It's based on how you want to react and how you want to handle that. But I'll bet the hospital will do that.
So as far as debriefing, as great as it sounds, especially in the ER, we are never afforded the time to do that because, like Dr. Andreyko said, as soon as you finish that code on that child, you're literally going back out because you haven't seen your other 3 or 4 patients and you have to go pick up where you left off. We just don't have the resources for somebody to come and watch all these patients for that code team to go debrief about a situation. We always try to if we can. If it's a slow day and it was a terrible code, you know, we'll try to say, hey, do you guys want to debrief? Can we like come together real quick? But to be honest, most of us haven't even processed what happened at that time. And we do sort of an informal, ongoing debrief. The rest of the shift, we'll come up to each other and be like, I still can't believe that happened. And we'll start re-talking about it over and over again. And that's a sort of therapy for us because we're getting it out. We're talking, you know, and it's a chance for if someone says, man, I wish I could have done a better job. You could be like, no, like your CPR was amazing. Did you see your end tidal the whole time? You like, you know, so those are ways for us to support each other. But as far as like resources for us, we don't have massage chairs or aromatherapy or, actually I'm lying, I do have a massage chair in our ER. However, that was put together by our unit-based council and funded by the foundation. Our staff do use it, but it's, again, they don't even have time to go to the bathroom sometimes, so you're unlikely to find them in a massage chair relaxing. And that's just the unfortunate part of emergency hospital care. It never stops.
You've never been to the doctor's lounge, have you? We got massage chairs, lavender oil, shrimp, yeah, it's everywhere. No, I've seen the inside of that physician's lounge. Just go and grab a drink and go back to work. Just with the nature of what we do, it's hard. It's hard to pull the team back together. Like I said, what I do is I do try and make an effort to pull the team back together, and I try and talk about it because I want to normalize it. I don't want that team walking away thinking what we just did on that 2-month-old is normal, and it's okay to go pick up the next dental pain. The guy's been waiting 2 hours, you walk in the room and he's pissed off at you because he's had dental pain for an hour, and he has no idea what you've been doing and you get yelled at. So I do, so specifically how I train the pediatric traumas or the pediatric deaths, I do try and bring that team back together, but it is hard. It is not something that we do kind of across the board. And I had broken down during those debriefs. I used to have a, just before I had kids, it didn't affect me. But the second I had kids, my life was, with those things, it was just over. It affected me differently. And I can recognize that in our team. And I think a lot of the team do need the time to talk about it. And even if the only thing I say is, hey guys, we did the best that we could. There was nothing else that we could do to save that child. Sometimes those words just give us enough kind of rest that, hey, we all did our jobs. We did exactly what we could do. It was an unfortunate outcome. And it gives people the time to kind of decompress and talk about it. I try and do it. It's hard. It's hard with our job. It is a nonstop job. Like I said, when we come out of there, there's the next patient to go see. But I think for me, it's still helpful to do it. And I run the exercise every time I have a pediatric code. I try and bring everyone back together.
Anybody else? I think that may be it. Lauren and Nicole are giving me the looks. You know she's getting a taser out. Thank you all for bringing up some great questions and voicing your concerns. This is the dialogue that has to be done. And hopefully next year you'll be doing this again. And keep doing it until that message is out there. Because this is going to be a never-ending story. What you heard of the emergency service workers up here today, and the hospital staff, and the dispatchers, it is a thankless job at times, and it's nice to know that people out there understand. Because many of us, all of us, who are sitting up here today, all thought we were alone. And by you standing up and supporting us and providing those services and management coming through and helping their employees, this is where we're going to get over that hurdle. And we're going to go forward and have better results than we've had in the past. So, thank you all.
Let's give everyone a round of applause. Thank you so much. You're free to leave if you would like. Thank you, John, for caring so much for our community, for the CISM team for 36 years. I wanted to add a couple of things about peer support as I'm looking at Monica, because, and Ami, I don't know if Ami's still here. Ami's gone. But we do cross-train. We have 19 members on the peer support team at Lee County Public Safety. We have emergency management members. We have 911 call takers, dispatchers, EMTs, paramedics. And we cross-train with the police department, and we cross-train with fire departments. We spend a lot of time together. And I know, Monica, you've put together this awesome regional team, and so Monica and I are talking about getting together too. So I think, as time goes on, we know that the answer is peer support. We know that that's the first step. It makes more sense to do it that way. Peers have way more credibility than any clinician could ever have, and so that is the answer. And so we're building, we're doing the work, but it is going to take some time. So for our final closing remarks. There he is. I was like, where is he? I want to say another one of my favorite people on the planet is Captain Joshua Steinman with the Fort Myers Police Department. Has over 24 years of law enforcement experience and is currently assigned to the Administrative Bureau, which oversees many internal departments within the agency. Captain Steinman is a graduate of Barry University, where he received his graduate degree in administration and is a vocal advocate of mental health and wellness for all of his employees in law enforcement. Please give a warm welcome for the closing remarks for Captain Joshua Steinman.
Thank you, Dr. Navega. Mental health of law enforcement officers has long been overlooked. Statistics continue to reinforce this fact, painting a grim picture of the current state of those who have sworn to protect and serve our communities. While being a police officer can be a rewarding job, it can be mentally taxing as well. With every call for service from the public, there is the possibility of witnessing something that can be disturbing. Incidents of child abuse, suicide, domestic violence, officer-involved shootings, traffic deaths, and more can be a regular part of the job, and over time, it can take its toll. According to the latest statistics from the National Alliance of Mental Illness, police officers report much higher rates of depression, burnout, PTSD, and anxiety than the general population. In addition, almost 25% of police officers have experienced suicidal thoughts at least once in their career. And it's the leading cause of death of police officers. Additionally, mental illness diagnoses were more prevalent among officers with more than 15 years of law enforcement service. Police officers are currently working in a society for which a growing number of persons and organizations are outwardly expressing dislike and distrust towards them. Additionally, they are working amidst an amplified call for police defunding and an overall willingness to stigmatize all law enforcement personnel as aggressive or bad cops. Of course, these stressors do have very real consequences, which can lead to suicidal thoughts. The job functions of police officers are critical to public safety. Some duties of police officers include enforcing local and state laws, preparing for disaster or emergency situations, acting as criminal investigators, giving court testimony, and carrying out various methods of crime prevention. When the productivity of a police officer drops, which is often caused by mental strain, the public at large is put at risk. The stigmatization of mental health is a major factor that prevents police officers from getting help. Within the police community, there is an expectation that officers need to be fearless and resilient, facing each challenge and moving to the next call without stopping to process what happened or how it may have affected them. The 4 primary barriers to mental health services are, number 1, the inability of police officers to recognize when they are experiencing a mental health crisis. Number 2, concerns regarding confidentiality. Number 3, belief that mental health professionals cannot relate to those working in law enforcement jobs. And number 4, the notion that those who seek mental health services are unfit to serve as officers in the criminal justice system. These barriers lend themselves to increased internalized shame, both amplifying symptoms and keeping them from seeking needed assistance. The more we discuss mental health in law enforcement, the more we help break down the stigma and encourage officers to seek proper care without guilt or shame. The Fort Myers Police Department has the Employee Assistance Program, EAP, which helps our officers in need, but we also have a peer support program, which was supported by Chief Derek Diggs, who was a strong advocate. The peer support program is made up of 6 trusted members of our department who are dedicated and specially trained to help our personnel through challenging times, day or night. It is fully confidential and is designed to help others discuss any subject and talk freely about anything that may be negatively affecting them personally or professionally. The goal is to provide officers with emotional and tangible support in times of crisis and direct them toward resources to get them the help that they need. Members of our Human Resources Department attended this event last year and were truly impressed with a speaker named Nicole Navega. City leadership discussed the importance of proper mental health and wellness for their employees and knew that she would be a great addition. Upon being hired, Dr. Navega quickly began learning about different departments within the police and the fire department. She has become a trusted resource for our officers to reach out to if they are struggling and looking for answers. The City of Fort Myers, and specifically the Fort Myers Police Department, is fortunate to have such a loving and caring individual on our team. Mental health is not an easy subject to talk about, but with the right resources and caring people to listen, our officers will be saved. And this annual mental health on the Frontline Conference is a step in the right direction. Thank you all for what you do. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, sir. You're too kind. Too kind. This is it. What did you guys think? So good, right? So impressive. Absolutely love this event. I think we should do it a few times a year, maybe. Can we? Lauren will make it though. But thank you all for coming. I just want to remind you that there are resources in the back. I know we've talked a ton about resources, so please go back there and see the folks back there who have some cards and goodies for you. If you are a mental health professional or you need some CEUs that you had signed up for, please scan this QR code and please take the survey. So I know there were some complaints about no coffee and things like that, but please let us know how we can do better or other things that you may want to see next year. And we will take it under advisement as we think about it over the year. So thank you so much for everything that you do, for all of your sacrifice, for all your service. Thank you for helping the community in these past hellish 3 years, and let's hope for a better year this year. Thank you all for coming. Be safe. Thank you.